the open session. So we're in item 5, and we're back from closed session. So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And maybe what I'll do is I'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, so everyone stand. Place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, so then our next step is the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion? Okay.
Second.
We have a comment, Mr. Matthews?
Yes, I have some amendments to the agenda. 15F6 1C, the number of employees should be changed from 25 to 24. Strike Montoya Esmeralda. 15F6 5F, change the number of employees from 18 to 17 and strike Barrios Samantha. 15F6 5H, change 128 to 126, strike Barrios Samantha and strike Montoya Esmeralda. 15F8 1C should be pulled. And lastly, 15D8 on the consent agenda, changing the number of schools, omitting Ellen Ochoa, and the total amount of the expenditure will reflect that change. Those are the only amendments I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other changes? So we have adoption. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And second? Okay, thank you. And then a report of actions taken in closed session. What? Oh, we have to vote. Okay, here we go. I'll start off with Dr. Rivera.
Yes.
Ms. Mejia,
Yes.
Dr. Marino,
Yes.
and Ms. Perez.
Yes.
And I vote yes, so 5-0. Got that done. Okay, then report out of actions taken in closed session.
So the report of action taken in closed session, the board took action to approve the release of employment of one classified behavior technician identified by number 21:22:05-06. The roll call vote was as followed. The motion was by Dr. Marino, the second was by Ms. Perez, and it was 5 yes. Item 4C, discipline dismissal release. In closed session, the board took action to approve the release of employment of one classified special education instructional aide identified by number 21:22:05-07. The roll call vote was as followed. On the motion was given by Dr. Marino, second by Ms. Mejia, 5 yes. That is all.
Thank you. And so for now, we go into the awards and recognition. So we are recognizing the El Rancho High School winter and spring season athletic teams. And I believe this is going to be on Zoom, correct?
Yes, this is going to be on Zoom, and we do have staff from El Rancho High School that will be participating and reading off the names and the actual sport that the student has excelled in. Mr. Goyanaga, would you like to begin?
Hello. I hope you guys can hear me all right over there. It really is a pleasure to be here tonight and being able to speak on behalf of the athletic teams at El Rancho. Both our winter and spring seasons have so many things to be proud of. We do have different coaches here that are going to be speaking on behalf of their programs. I will go ahead and get started as I'm a coach myself. And we'll start with the winter sports first, and then we'll move on to the spring sports. Okay, so for myself, for our team, I was the boys soccer coach this last year. We were able to
recording in progress.
19 games this last season. We were able to go 8-0 in our league, something that we haven't done in quite some time. This was our sixth league title in the last 8 years. We had the Del Rio League MVP and as well as the offensive and defensive player of the year for the league. Um, above that, we also had multiple athletic and academic awards awarded to our different players on our team. And at the end of the day, it just comes down to our students having that mindset and that dedication to devote themselves to their sport while handling their activities and other responsibilities as well. So for us, it was a pleasure to represent the school and as well as the rest of the athletic department. I'm gonna be handing it off next to Coach Pablo Gomez, who is the girls soccer coach. And then I will read on behalf of some of our winter coaches who are not in attendance tonight. But go ahead, Pablo, you can go on after me.
How's it going? My name is Pablo Gomez. I am the girls soccer coach. And so this year we had a fairly good season. In our league, we got second place, which I believe is the highest we've ever placed, or tied for the highest we've ever placed. And then we were able to make it to CIF. We won our first game, but unfortunately we lost in the second round of CIF. But it was still a solid run. We had a lot of girls who did a lot of great things. We had the offensive MVP player on our team, Emilia Picon. And then we had a lot of our players who did really well academically, and then as well athletically. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Pablo. Up next, I'm going to hand it over to Ty Nguyen, who was our wrestling coach, and wrestling was also another winter sport. Like Pablo, Coach Ty was in his first year back at the ranch, and he did a great job for us as well.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Yeah, this was my first year as the head wrestling coach. We had 9 varsity lettermen on the boys' side, 3 varsity letter girls, 5 CIF qualifiers on the guys' side, 2 CIF qualifiers on the girls' side. Our record, I believe, was 1-3 or 1-4. But we had given up a lot of points. So every meet that we went to, we'd given up 35 points, and we lost one by 1 point. We had a win against Lucerna, and we had lost one by 6 points. And against Santa Fe, who was the league champions, they scored the fewest points because they had averaged, I think, 70 points per team. We only gave up 51, but we scored the most on them of anybody else. We'd scored 21 points. So we're just looking forward to the next few years. We also started a youth middle school wrestling program. We called it Pico Middle Schoolers Wrestling. So we're looking forward to trying to build the program so that it can continue for many more years.
Thank you, Coach. Much appreciated. Up next, I'm going to introduce Coach Randy Shigazani. He's been our girls basketball coach for many years now. Has been wildly successful at the ranch. So it's always a pleasure to have him speak on behalf of his team.
Thanks, Coach. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a rough, obviously, couple last years with basketball. We've done our best to try to keep everything going, obviously, with the shortened spring season we had during COVID. And then this last year with so many uncertainties with testing, and want to really thank Coach Goyanaga as well as April Leal for all their hard work and just to get us on the field or on the fields and as well as on the court to be able to be compliant and so being so patient in what they did for us. I apologize. I'm in my car because we just finished the game. But yeah, it's been tough, but the kids have been able to have seasons. Most important thing is obviously our seniors were able to have a season this year, even as shortened as it was at sometimes because we had canceled games, things like that. But we persevered, had 3 levels this year, which was great. We had mediocre success, I guess, for better terms. It certainly hasn't been as successful as we have been in the past, but we're certainly trying to get back to where we were now that we're able to start doing some of the normal stuff to prepare for a year. I think we'll be able to get back on track. But had some great seniors this year. Brianna Charles, Patty Gaitan, Ariana Martinez. They're all 3- and 4-year varsity kids. And we also had Ruby Encinas join us this year as a senior. She was a transfer. So it was good that they got their year in. They got their senior night, all the stuff that goes along with that. And bye, Nicole. So that was great. Patty was recognized as first team all league, which was fantastic for her. Bree was all league as well, honorable mention. So they all got something out of it. Unfortunately, Ari had another knee injury. She had this actually her second one, but she was able to play a little bit. She was able to get on the court, so I was really proud of her. Kind of persevering through 2 knee injuries just to get there for her senior year. And again, I can't thank them enough for them kind of sticking with the program for the 3 and 4 years. Because like I said, the last 2 years have been obviously very difficult, but they had a lot of pride in the program. And, they left their legacy as just the perseverance and representing the school with, pride and working hard every day. And their work ethic is unquestioned. And they're all Bree's going to go on and play in college at LA Valley College, which is great for her. And Patty's going to move on. She's going to become a vet. I know she's an Honor Crest kid, so I know she's going to go do that, and she's going to be great at that. She's going to go to Cal Poly Pomona and finish and continue her education. And Ari, I know she's going to go JC. Not sure yet. I don't know if she knows exactly where she's going to go right now, but I think she's going to pursue just a couple pathways that she's thinking about pursuing. But she's also outstanding student. So I know all of our kids, I think Ruby again is going to also go JC route as well. So all our kids are going to go on to college, and they're going to do bigger and better things than I've ever done for sure. And I'm proud of them. But again, it's been a tough couple of years, but we've persevered and we've gotten through, hopefully the worst part of it. And appreciate all the support from everybody at the school as well as at the district level. I know these last couple of years has been tough trying to deal with all that, but I appreciate everything everybody has done through all these tough times. So thank you very much. I appreciate you letting us come on and kind of appreciating our teams.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Coach, so much for all your years of coaching and getting back to our teams. I'm going to move on to another quote unquote winter sport, but they really train throughout the whole year, perform in the fall, winter, and spring. I'm going to ask Irene Alvarez to speak on behalf of the song team.
Hi, my name is Irene Vargas Alvarez. I'm actually a new coach here. I was hired on midway through football season, so I'm very excited to be part of the Rancho family. For our winter season, we had a sideline team that did very well. They were able to cheer at all of the football games. And then once I was hired on, we had a little bit of a change of venue, and we had tryouts mid-year, which is for Song Unheard Of. And we netted an additional 8 girls. Those 8 girls in 2.5 months were able to go on to competition, which for song and dance is a huge thing for us. It's almost like football CIF. We went to 2 regional competitions, which we placed, and we were invited, unheard of once again, to nationals in Anaheim, where we were able to be 8th place, which for a team that's only been together for 2.5 months, that was a huge deal. The girls were very excited. My reason for having tryouts is I had all seniors and juniors on the team. Of that, my seniors being Captain Zoe Banyas and Sarah Cisneros, and then my other seniors were Natalia, Alexis, and Destiny, who were going to graduate, leaving just 4 juniors with experience. And I didn't want that to hinder us going into 2022, 2023, so that we had some experience on the football field. So I went ahead, had tryouts mid-year, and netted us some freshmen and some sophomores who are right now getting some dance experience, and they're going to be able to wow our football team once again and get the fans all involved in our amazing sports at the school. But more than anything, with their sportsmanship and their dance ability, they're going to be able to definitely win nationals next year. So I'm very glad and very proud to be part of the El Rancho family. And I'm excited to see what these girls can do. And I thank you guys for the opportunity for letting Song speak and for giving me the opportunity to be part of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coach Alvarez, so much. Thank you for all your help this year. And like you said, taking over in the middle of the year, that's never easy. But like all the other newer coaches at El Rancho, that you guys are doing some amazing things. So much appreciated. I'm also going to quickly speak on behalf of 3 other programs, 3 other winter teams. Their coaches could not be here. I'm going to start with cheer. Their coach has written something on their behalf, so I would like to share this with you guys. El Rancho varsity cheer participated in various regional competitions, placing 2nd at all USA regional competitions. At CIF, El Rancho placed 3rd in Division 3A. At USA Nationals, out of 32 teams, El Rancho came out at number 11. This is incredible given the fact that out of 15 varsity athletes, there was 8 freshmen and 2 sophomores who competed for the very first time at the high school level. Coach Messi says, I have been amazed by these young women at their commitment, not just their sport, but also their academics. The team has an unweighted GPA of 3.54 and placed 8th in the Southern section for academics. The team weighted GPA is 3.92. We would like to also recognize Milena Ramos, who is the first student from El Rancho to make the all-CIF cheer team for Division 3. She also maintained a 4.0 GPA all 4 years while at El Rancho. Coach Missy goes on to say, each year the team improves both in competition and academics. We are excited for the future of the program and to see what next year will bring. Thank you to all our athletes, assistant coaches, cheer boosters, Mr. Otto, Ms. Leal, and our cheer parents for their support this year. And thank you for taking the time to recognize our student athletes.
Thank you. It's really sort of, you're not done yet? Oh.
No, sorry.
I thought you were, okay. Continue. Sorry for the interruption.
Move on to our spring coaches. I also want to speak on behalf of our basketball team. They were coached by Matt Spain this year. Similar to the girls, because of the COVID situation, our athletes had to play a lot of the summer outdoors. They had to have a limited amount of practices. During the winter, their seasons were interrupted as well. But our boys were able to maintain a high GPA throughout the school year. They were able to compete in all of their games, show up to all of their games, win numerous games in the preseason. And next year we have Coach Porter taking over the team. And already in the summer and spring ball, we see that the program is taking leaps and bounds forward. Last but not least, for our winter sports, on behalf of girls water polo, we have Xenia Castillo, who could not be here either. They too find themselves in a precarious position without a swimming pool this last year. Our students have had to be resilient, going to different sites, swimming at away facilities. But like our basketball team and all our other sports, they were able to compete in all of our games this year. And I just want to take time to recognize them for all their hard work as well. With that being said, I want to move on to our spring sports. We'll start with Ms. Centeno Tapia for softball.
Hello. Hi, everyone. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you to Gary for bringing me back out of retirement, for coaching. For those of you that don't know, when I first started at El Rancho as a teacher 16 years ago, I was also the head varsity softball coach. So I did coach seasons 2007 to 2011. I got pregnant with my first son in 2010, and I coached for one more season after that. And then I got pregnant with my second son, and I decided that it was time to retire. So I stepped away from the softball field for 12 years, and I did the mom life, and I still taught at El Rancho. And about a year ago, I believe, Gary and I were having breakfast, and he said, why don't you come back out to the field again? And I said, you know what, why not? So I'm back at the helm. I've enjoyed it. We had a great season. It was a season of ups and downs in the beginning, but we got hot at the right time, just in time for playoffs. We came in third in our league. And as you all know, Del Rio League, it's very competitive. We play against Lucerna and Cal High, who are both Division I contenders in our sport. We finished our season 14-16 overall. We finished 4-8 in league. We actually won our last league game against Santa Fe to make it into playoffs. We came back in the 7th inning. It was an incredible game. We went 1-1 in playoffs. The last time we made playoffs here at El Rancho was in 2019. This is the first playoff win we've had, I think, since I last coached. We won our wild card game against Long Beach Wilson, 1-0, which we played at home. And then we played Bonita High School, who we lost to, but they became the eventual winners of the CIF championship for Division III. We got 2 runs off of her, by the way. She threw a perfect game the next team she faced, and then she only allowed a couple of hits and 1 run off of her for the rest of the teams that she faced. Some other highlights of our season, we had a couple of girls make All-League. Alina Guerrero, she's our junior shortstop. She was first team All-League. She also played in the San Gabriel Valley All-Star game, was chosen as one of the best underclassmen in the area. And then she also was chosen as first team All-Area for the Whittier Daily News. Rihanna Carranza, our senior pitcher, she was also our team MVP. She was All-League first team, and she will also be continuing her softball career at Cerritos College next year. We had 3 girls make All-League second team. Our junior, Samantha Vargas, first baseman, senior, Samantha Leabanos, outfield, and then senior, Sarah De Leon. And she will be continuing her softball career at Missouri Valley College next year. And we had 1 honorable mention, our freshman, Leslie Valdez. We're a fairly young team. We have most of our returners coming back, so we're looking forward to next season. The keep saying is we're only getting started. We've actually had tryouts and we've started our weight training. Today was day 1. Most of our girls play travel ball in the summer. So for us as a softball team, we're becoming more and more competitive. And then lastly, academically, something that I stress, being a teacher, of course, there's students first. All of our girls made principal's honor roll or honor roll. We have a team GPA that's well over 3.5. And one of our seniors, Mia Vela, was also on academic decathlon, and she will be continuing her academic career at UCSB in the fall. So I just wanted to say thank you for all your support. I'm excited. I've been a fan for way too long, and now I'm a coach, and I'm such a happy camper out there. Thank you, Gary. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Centeno. Truly a great job this year. I'm going to move on to our next spring sport. Let's go to boys golf with Coach May.
Hi, how you doing? Thank you for honoring our student athletes for the spring schedule. I just want to go through the list of my team. Jesse Palazuelos, who is second in league and CIF qualifier. Andrew Mendoza, Giovanni Yarmil, Diego Cortez, who is our scholar athlete with the 3.6 GPA, Elijah Mitchell, Macario Robles, Gary Manziel, Jaden Torres, Seven Hinaosa, Benjamin Gomez, and Joshua Contreras. Being in it's golf, it's a smaller team. We ended up taking 3rd place this year. We just missed a bid to get into CIF, but hopefully next year we will do a better job and hopefully get our team into there. Jesse Palazuelos, who, like I said, was first team All-League and second in our league in golf and qualifying for CIF, did a fantastic job. I've been doing this for 17 years and, we just have great kids. They're high character kids, and I really am very honored to be their coach. But I just want to let you know that our golf team, we work hard, and we do our best to strive to be the best. But we like Stephanie said, we have some Lucerne is a very tough team, and they're in Division III, and they do very well. So and Santa Fe does very well too. So anyways, we're competing with them, and I'm very proud of my kids, and just look forward to
Hello?
Mr. Goyanaga, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I think we lost Coach May, but we appreciate what he's done with our boys golf team. And I just want to thank him so much for being here as well. Moving on next, we have boys volleyball. Mr. Jimenez is here to speak on their behalf.
Thanks, Gary. Good evening, everyone. My name's Thomas Jimenez. I'm a teacher at the high school, and I'm also the JV boys volleyball coach and one of the assistant coaches. And tonight, in terms of recognizing some of the great things from our boys, just speaking on behalf of our entire coaching staff for both the boys and girls volleyball, that includes assistant coach Randy Ibarra, assistant coach Teresa Lebrec, and of course, head coach Aire Picon. So first off, thank you to my fellow coaches for all the support this year. Thanks to our school community, all the kids out there supporting, especially with this core group of seniors who are graduating, Those are the group of individuals who have sort of endured those couple of COVID seasons and those shortened seasons. And so for us, we had 2 3-year senior athletes that are graduating from our program, and then 3 4-year seniors who have actually been with us since their freshman year. And so we wish them the best moving forward in all of their endeavors. Overall, the boys season started pretty strong with a preseason of 8-2 at both levels. Overall, both levels ended at 11-7, tied for third. So among the team's overall progress, some moments worth highlighting. Back in March, the JV boys team won the Bellflower Boys Volleyball Tournament and took first place. That's a great sign for us moving forward in the future. Exception of a couple of boys there, that entire team is pretty much boys who are brand new to the sport this year. So we have some high expectations looking forward. And in terms of individual accomplishments, some of the members of our program who were able to earn some recognition. We have first up earning first team Del Rio League, Nico Diaz, 10th grader. We have earning second team Del Rio League honors, Jordan Hernandez, 11th grader. And our senior, who was also the Scholar Athlete of the Year at El Rancho High School, off to UC Berkeley, Isai Sotero. And then honorable mention for Diego Picon as a 9th grader. So again, on behalf of the entire coaching staff, thank you for this moment of recognition. And we, of course, enjoy and love working with the boys. They had their first practice today, and they're always coming in and itching to get in the gym whenever we're working with the girls. So we have a bright future ahead, and we just thank everybody for the support. Thanks.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you so much for your work with the boys volleyball team and the girls volleyball team as well. Coach May, I know you didn't get a chance to finish. I don't know if you wanted to hop on real quick to finish what you were saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My computer just shut off right at the end there. I just want to thank you guys for your support, and Coach Goyanaga, he's been a fantastic athletic director for us, and he's done an amazing job. So just looking forward. I just got back from practice with the girls just about a half hour ago. So, we're starting to get that season going. So thank you very much.
Okay, and we have 3 more sports with 3 coaches that couldn't be here. So I'm just going to read their statements on behalf of their teams. I'll start with boys tennis. This year, tennis only had 4 seniors. From those 4, only 2 of them were returners. We had 1 senior who went on to win a medal. from the whole program, 12 out of the 18 students are in our PLTW engineering program. For being a newer team, with less experience, the boys really played amazing this year, and they're looking forward to building on their success this year. And they look forward to representing our school going forward. That was on behalf of Coach Rogelio Ruiz for boys tennis. For boys baseball, this is on behalf of Coach Richard Rios, who was also in his first year. He writes, the 2022 season was truly a memorable experience for the young man on the varsity and JV baseball team. The varsity baseball team had numerous accomplishments both on and off the field. As a team, the Diamond Dons reached the second round of the CIF playoffs after upsetting the number 2 ranked team in CIF Division 4. That was Walnut High School, and tied the most wins amongst teams in the Del Rio League with 15. For the 2022 season, they had 2 athletes make the first team All Del Rio League. We had Justin Cardenas and Felipe de Alba. We also had Jeremiah Montesino and Leonard Dominguez make the second team. David Aguirre and Noah Rios making honorable mention. On top of that, they had 9 seniors on their team, all which are moving on to either community college or 4-year schools. Either they're focusing on academics, and some of them are going to be continuing their baseball career as well. And then lastly, I want to focus on swim. Our swimming program often is thought as one program, but there's 2 teams. We have our boys teams and we have our girls teams. On behalf of Phil Rojo for the boys, he wants us to know that boys varsity tied for 4th place in league. They had top 6 finishes varsity league finals, with the medley relay coming in 3rd place, the 200 free relay coming in 5th place, and the 400 free relay coming in 4th place. The top 3 point scorers out of El Rancho this year were Jay Vera, senior Adrian Vasquez, and junior Rafichi Olvera. And for CIF, there were 7 swimmers who made consideration times, but only Rafichi Olvera and the 400 free relay team were seated in the CIF meet. Rafichi Olvera in the 100 breast swim placed in 25th at CIF, and the 400 free relay team were second alternates. Moving on to the girls varsity team. Girls varsity took 3rd place at league finals. Their top 6 finishes were the medley relay, the 100 fly with Lorelai Rojo, the 100 back with Lorelai Rojo, in which she took 1st place. Carolina Moore in the 100 fly, Adriana Lopez in the 100 breast, and the 400 relay with Talia Antonio, Adriana Lopez, Carolina Moore, and Lorelai Rojo. The top 3 ER point scorers this season were junior Carolina Moore, sophomore Adriana Lopez, and junior Lorelai Rojo. And for CIF qualifiers, there was 5 swimmers that made consideration times, but only Lorelai Rojo and the medley team and the 400 relay team were seated in the CIF meet. Lorelai Rojo actually placed 3rd place in the 100 fly and placed 4th at the 100 back race. So those are some truly great accomplishments on behalf of our aquatics programs. With that being said, we've gotten through our winter and spring sports, 2/3 of our sports at El Rancho. Thank you so much for listening to our coaches. They truly, truly care about the students that they serve. And the labor is one of love and one that they do for our school and for our kids. So thank you so much for giving us time here. And as their athletic director, it's been a pleasure to work with them and to see all the amazing things that our kids are doing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. It's good to hear from each of the coaches about their teams and the wonderful things they do. I really believe that they've done an outstanding job, especially the last couple of years. Just getting back into their sport is amazing. The one thing that I'm missing is team pictures, and hopefully we can get some team pictures so we can post them around. That would be nice. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get that for you, Ms. Dr. Castillo. No problem.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay. Yeah, we have a real full agenda, so I'm going to move on to the next item, which is public comments on the blue cards. But let me remind all speakers that we have a time limit of 3 minutes per speaker, and that applies also to board members. That way we can keep moving out and not be here at midnight like we have in the past. So anyway, the next would be the public comments for blue comment cards. Do we have any?
Yes, we do. We have Mr. Tony Hernandez.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, superintendent. I would like to thank the district for working with CSCA to complete a successful year of negotiation. This agreement will bring much needed increases to our classified employees. But on the horizon, we have an extreme need to address the cost of health care and medical benefits. And I'm not sure if you've noticed, but they're no longer really called medical benefits. We're not sure what we call them anymore. I think the appropriate term might be a medical burden, because our employees are having to pay so much to contribute to their benefits. And I think this needs to be addressed. I mean, the raise that we're getting now might cover the cost of what an employee has to pay this year, probably won't, and we know it's going to increase next year. So our families really need this kind of support. We really need support. So I encourage the board to encourage the district to raise the cap on our health benefits. The recent Texas school shooting gave us an unpleasant reminder that the safety of our students cannot be taken for granted. Our school police force has been understaffed for a good portion of the 2 years that we've been back in COVID. It took over a year to develop a job description for a school police chief, and we finally hired one as an interim. Ladies and gentlemen, while the topics of post-certification, school resource officers, and the hiring of a permanent police chief is still being debated, our students are sitting ducks. 3 school police officers is not enough to patrol the campuses throughout the day. Hiring one SRO for about $300,000 will not be enough to service this entire district. Prior to the tragedy in Texas, I came before the board and I raised some of these concerns, and I suggested that we hire more school police. We need to hire more school police to patrol our schools daily. Please consider this and please move quickly. Thank you.
Next is Miss Christine Saavedra.
Is blue on the agenda or yellow?
Blue is items on the agenda.
Yeah.
That's fine. It could go. It's fine. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Esparza for everything that you've done in the years that you were here. We appreciate you a lot. I think a lot of us here went to the graduation, and I think your speech kind of cemented it for me. You were brief, and you said, we got to go because I know these students are excited, and I think that's what we will remember most, that you were very in tune with the students. They knew you. They did know you on a first-name basis. I saw students lining up to take their picture with you and stuff. So, wherever you go, I wish you the best of luck. I know you will do great things. To the new superintendent that is coming on board, I just want to say you have a great community that is here that is going to work with you. We want to see things get done. We want to see stability. We want to see the continued transparency. The communications department that has been doing such a great team with putting out notices so parents know what's going on, because we don't always catch that. The cabinet and the directors that you guys have, they speak for themselves. They're doing a great job. You look at mental health, special ed, categorical, they're just hands down doing a great job. And I hope that the very important positions that we do have, HR, Mr. Matthews, CBOs, those are positions that will stay with the new superintendent, just so at least he has that kind of backbone or structure so that we could continue to move forward in a rapid pace, because, it's only a few months and we're going to be back to school. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Esparza.
Next is Diana. No last name, just Diana.
Hello, good evening, Superintendent Dr. Esparza, Board and Cabinet, administrators, teachers, parents, and community members. First, I would like to address Dr. Esparza. I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation for all that you have done for us as a district and community. I, as well as many, if not all families of El Rancho, will truly miss you. You gave us strength during the pandemic. You shined a light in our students and worked continuously throughout these years to see us through the roughest times. Your hard work surpassed my doubts I had in the beginning. You showed us compassion and empathy. Your humble ways and active engagement was a blessing. It was a true leadership skill that has had a favorable and positive impact on students and parents. I wish you luck on your journey and hope that our paths cross again. You are an inspiration to myself and my family. Thank you for your guidance and for your service, Dr. Esparza. May God bless you.
Thank you. That is all for items on the agenda.
Okay, so the next area is items not on the agenda, the yellow cards. Any cards? Yes.
We have Mr. Raul Elias.
Madam President, esteemed board members, my name is Raul Elias. I'm a longtime resident of Pico Rivera and a 17-year veteran of El Rancho High School. I'm also a member of the City Council, but tonight I'm going to be speaking as a teacher. Included with my daily duties of teaching, I'm responsible for the safety and welfare of close to 300 students. As is my fellow teachers, I get up each morning not only thinking about my daily lessons, but how I plan to protect my students from shooters. Tonight, I ask your full attention and help in adequately protecting our children, our teachers, and staff. On Tuesday, the 14th, the City Council voted unanimously, if the need arose, to equally share in the expense of a school resource officer, an SRO, an armed officer to exclusively patrol 14 campuses. Although I applauded our council for the move, I had to mention that an SRO is only one small step in protecting our children, teachers, and staff. I moved that in the meeting we schedule a special joint meeting with the council and the board to create a comprehensive safety program with policies, procedures, practices, and drills to harden the 14 schools in our city against shooters. Now, I know in the past we've concentrated our SRO on the El Rancho campus, but in my conferences with law enforcement, they basically have made me understand that that is probably not the weakest target. That our weakest targets are actually the elementary school and the middle schools. Now, this obviously concerns me very much because, again, we can't afford to lose any of our children. Now, I would like us to think about this meeting and hopefully that we can have it before the start of the school year and that we could get both police forces together to work, okay, to work in tandem in this situation because it's going to take both. It's going to take both, the sheriffs and our school police to be able to deal with this. We need to be able to begin school with the confidence that we have done the best that we possibly can to protect us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Miss Christine Saavedra.
Thank you. I'm so glad that I came after him because I just want to say everything he just said, I completely echo that. Madam President, I hope that you guys really are able to join together. It one city, it's one group of kids. And I hope that you guys can work together to really do something, because it's not fair to our students. It's not fair to the parents to send their kids off and be worried about what might happen. What might happen to their kids, about teachers constantly learning new drills. I mean, it's just not fair. We shouldn't live that way in such a tight community where everybody knows everybody, you know? Everybody bumps into everybody at the store. We need to all be looking out for each other. I would look out for anybody's kids here, and I'm sure any of these parents would look out for mine. So, yes, and yes to everything he just said. Going on, I wanted to also point out that Montebello Bus Lines is considering removing the 60, the one that runs down Passons. And I'm glad you're here, as somebody from the city council, because I feel like there's something that we could do, perhaps work with a transportation company, maybe set up our own route, maybe look for funding, something, because that's going to leave a lot of kids out in the cold, especially knowing that next year high schools are going to start at a later time. There's a lot of parents that I have to drop my son off on Thursday at 7 in the morning. He's going to wait an hour for summer school to start. So if he had to wait until 8:30 when high schools are going to start, that's a long delay, you know? So if there's something that we could do, that would be great. We need to work on that now. I know there's a lot of stuff that needs to be worked on now, right, before the school year starts. And that's also why I'm here, because I know this is the last meeting. Continuing into next year, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, but we continue to build a master calendar. And in the past, what's recently happened is that now they're not doing back to school nights. For example, Bernie and STEAM are not doing it the same day. Before, they used to have that. And so if I was a parent, I had to choose, okay, do I want to go to Valencia to see my son, or do I want to go to Rivera to see my other son, right? So now it seems like they're spreading them out, and so we could continue to do that. That would be awesome. It looks like we're on board with Parent Square, so we could continue to make that district-wide so everybody gets the same information. I'm pretty sure I had other things to say, but I only have about 25 seconds. So safety, security, and just let's keep doing good things, guys. Thank you.
Next is Mr. Tony Hernandez.
One more time. I would like to thank Dr. Esparza. She came during a time when this district was probably in the most heated time of in any recent history. We had corruption, we had malice, we had vengeance, we had betrayals happening in our district. And at one point, our school board meetings were number one on the Netflix recommended list. And whoever wrote that plot needs to be hired by HBO. But all jokes aside, Dr. Esparza joined our district, and she had an uphill battle. From the beginning, I did not trust her. I felt that she was a trophy superintendent that the board was using to press their agenda. I was wrong. She quickly learned of the board's shenanigans, and she took action to clean house. Certain contracts were revoked, plans were halted, and a new direction was given. Together with the current board and the governance team, our bond projects moved forward in a positive direction. Dr. Esparza also proved to be the person who would roll up her sleeves and dig in the trenches alongside the workers. From food giveaways to COVID tests, holiday events, she was not afraid and was very willing to work alongside the volunteers. As an employee and a volunteer, I truly appreciated that. She worked to build the capacities that our district lacked. As a member of our communications team, we worked hard to put El Rancho on the map. State Superintendent Tony Thurman, U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona, are a few names that visited our district to observe the great things happening in El Rancho. Of course, it wasn't always peas and carrots. If I might remind you of the Classified Lives Matter email where we butted heads for a little bit, but she proved to be a partner that would address the concerns of classified employees. For all this and more, I thank you, Dr. Esparza, for everything that you've done and you brought to El Rancho.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Rosalia Luevano.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent, Dr. Esparza, Cabinet, and Rancho Unified School District personnel, parents, and community members. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Esparza Steele, Rancho Unified School District Superintendent, for her leadership, commitment, and hard work at Rancho Unified School District. You and your cabinet had led the district in a great direction, regardless of a pandemic and many other hardships. You and your cabinet guided the district in many areas: academic, social, emotional, communications with the community and parents, provided many opportunities for parents to get involved. I am so glad to see that the Parent Center open. Thanks to you. You created transparency in the district, which was much needed. I know your job was not easy, and you encountered many hardships and battles at many different levels, trying to do your job, but you never left us. You never gave up. You believe in our district, and I thank you for that. I only hope that the incoming superintendent, Dr. Marco A. Villegas, continues your hard work, your legacy, and we see the high school stadium built, the pool built, and all the other projects that you started to be completed at some point soon. We are going to miss you very much. We wish you the best of luck in whatever you do. I want to echo with, I don't know his name, but he works for the city, and also Ms. Saavedra about the buses. You know, we need to make sure that our kids are able to get to school, you know, so please work with whomever you need to work with so they can come to school. I had mentioned that about the buses at previous board meetings, that kids were not being picked up. Now it's brought up that they're going to end that line, so please provide some support. And also with everything that is going on in the country, we need to have our students safe. I brought it up at another board meeting, so I tell you again, please make sure our kids are safe and we have enough personnel. Just the way teachers get training and they get more personnel, more teachers to provide a great education, we need to provide safety for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Diana.
And that's a nice part. I'm here to address and ask a few questions and bring to attention some inconsistencies of your actions. We had asked many times for answers, and we were not given anything. I came to the realization that it is something petty. It's personal, and upon my findings and beliefs, it is to do partially because of the firing of Mr. Zola. I've said it. His firing is not a secret. As to his behaviors, what does amaze me is that you guys consistently hide things and brush things under the rug and let his behavior continue throughout all these years. Speaking with families and friends and finding out that nothing was ever done only makes sense since he was a major role player in the landing of your current position during the recall. So you feel it's okay to keep someone with his history around our children, and when brought to light, you much rather have that behavior from your friends versus having a great superintendent continuing to lead our district. That in itself is disgusting as it gets. Which leads me to this. You said when you were looking for a new superintendent that you wanted someone who had experience in the role of the superintendent, and that El Rancho would no longer be the stepping stone of anyone trying to gain such experience. Now, that was short-lived because in the selection of your choice, which you did not include us as much as you wish you could say that you did, you and I both know that that is not true. The person you have selected has no experience in this role. So again, here we go with giving someone that stepping stone you said El Rancho would not be. The inconsistency of your word and actions are foul. During the promotion of North Park, it was again obvious and noted that the board members who attended were quick to run out right before superintendent spoke and said a sweet goodbye. That was so cowardly done. It left a big impression on parents and students alike who have been looking for some understanding of your actions. During the El Rancho graduation ceremony, Now I'm going to take a moment to be as petty as you have been this past year. Dr. Rivera and Mrs. Castillo and Mrs. Marino did not applaud the graduates when Delaney Lomas asked. When Representative Linda Sanchez spoke at another noticeable moment, you seemed so disconnected as many other times you have. The fact that you have not only proven to be insensitive to the public and consistently have behaved the same as Orozco. Things need to change. Board members, please listen and hear us loud. This needs to change.
Next is Belinda Larache.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to publicly say thank you and farewell to my friend Superintendent Dr. Francis Esparza. Since March 2020 through January 2022, you had the opportunity to watch her up-to-date messages. Behind every story, each video, it was brought together by the communications team. Although the communications teams aren't permanent positions in ERUSD, we work together to inform families of pertinent information, especially during the COVID pandemic. As her virtuoso performance draws to a close, I send along applause, gratitude, and my heartfelt wishes. Thank you for everything you have done. I have learned a lot working with you these past couple of years. I know you'll be successful in whatever you choose to do. You will be missed. Again, thank you for all that you have done for El Rancho Unified School District. This will always be Esparza's legacy. Hashtag El Rancho Strong.
Next is John Contreras.
Good evening, board members, staff, community of Pico Rivera. I'm here tonight for various reasons, but so I don't get cut off, I will start with the most important one, and that is to say thank you to Dr. Esparza for all of her accomplishments here at our Rancho Unified School District. Dr. Esparza, you helped keep our children safe for the past 3 years by making sure that we had the proper tools to fight off the virus. You worked together with local clinics to make sure that our kids were given the shots needed to fight off this virus that caused much pain to many families in our community and around the world. You put our kids' health first and foremost and still managed to see that our kids were getting a good education and the best attention given the circumstances. You also helped to organize many food giveaways within our community that helped many families in time of need, and we're also there in the front lines alongside with Ms. Esther Mejia, handing out food or directing traffic, making sure that everyone received food. Even after the pandemic and loss of many jobs in our community, you saw to it that our students had the education they needed to graduate, that our student athletes got to play sports and compete against other schools, that our parents were always kept in the loop as to what was going on in our schools, and that our teachers and faculty knew that you were just one phone call away. I applaud your work ethic and willingness to move forward with the betterment of our students despite the obstacles placed in your way by the current board majority. I remember when we first met at a meeting at Rivera Middle School, and I told you, and just like many have said previously, that it was up to you and your actions if you were going to have our support and the support of the community. While your actions proved to be in the best interest of the students and the community, and for that, you have gained the trust of me, my family, friends, and the community of Pico Rivera. I know that you're going to be fine wherever you go, and some other district and community will be blessed to have you. I wish you the best in whatever you do, and that I wish you the best in whatever you do, and I know that our paths will one day cross in the near future. Thank you, and God bless you. I'd also like to give a thank you for Miss Marianne. I know you're leaving us also. We are going to miss you dearly. We thank you for all your efforts, your hard work, and I know you don't like attention, but I'd like to say this. I thank you very much. It did not go unnoticed. You worked very hard in the very little time you were here. Your work did not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. On a separate note, the board needs to work together, and I wish the council member was still here, but I do speak with them as well. Needs to work together with the city and allowing the city to rebuild the fields at Smith Park. The contract for use is already there. give the city the permission they need to pursue the grant money to rebuild the soccer and basketball fields at Smith Park. This needs to get done. Thank you.
Next is Patty Contreras.
Good evening, Dr. Esparza, board members, cabinet, staff, and community. First, I wanted to say congratulations to the promoting and graduating classes of 2022. It was not easy for them. Dr. Esparza, where can I begin? But to say thank you. Thank you for everything you did for the district, for our students, and for our staff. When you came in, you did not know what you were getting yourself into. Many of us were uneasy about you, about having a new superintendent, but quickly you fit right in. You were always available to talk to and made it very easy. You were approachable at all times. I love the fact that you attended football games, baseball games, any kind of performances that the students had. It was great to see you out there. The kids loved it as well. Every time they would see you, they would wave at you, Dr. Esparza, you're here. And that means a lot. Not too many people do that, and the kids really do need to see that. When you go to the promotions, kids love it. They love. You've been to Rivera Elementary, the kids high five you there, you want to play with them. That's great stuff that you did. And it's never going to be unnoticed. I appreciate everything that you did for our students, for my children, for the sports, and for all of our staff as well. You kept all our children safe, our staff safe, and you made everything possible for us to continue our jobs and for our kids to have an education. And I thank you for that. I know that anywhere that you go, that you will be fine. It's our loss, but somebody else's gain. Some people say that you're using El Rancho as a stepping stone, but that's not even true. They're letting you go, so it's our loss. But I wish you the best of luck wherever you go, and know that you will always be welcome back at El Rancho with the community, with ourselves, and with my family. Thank you for that. Next, what I do want to say is, like Mr. Elias said, is the security. The last time I was up here, I did talk about security, about how SSOs, we only have about 5 or 6 at the high school level, and there's so many students. At the elementary level, what do we need to do? When is enough enough? Seeing what happened in Texas was horrific. It was horrible. To know that I send my children to school every day and not know that I'm not going to see them again, it fears me. It scares me. And to know that we only have 3 police officers in the district is ridiculous. We shouldn't have to go through that. Our kids need to feel safe, and parents need to feel safe in order to send their kids to school. Please do something about it. Thank you.
That is all.
Thank you. And then we'll move on to informational items. And it's the first presentation is CalShape funding and HVAC assessments by Pacific West Energy Solutions.
Good evening, members of our Rancho School District's Board of Education, cabinet members, and community members. Tonight's presentation is being put on by Pacific West. As you recall, back in April, the district issued an RFP to select a firm capable of providing energy management consulting services, as well as identifying funding available to the district through the 8B41 grant. The first part of tonight's presentation will be to share what Pacific West was able to identify in terms of funding available to the district through the 841 grant. And the second part of it be to present the district with their recommendations to address the district's aging HVAC system, specifically at our elementary sites. There is no action item for tonight's presentation. However, we will be bringing forth 4 agenda items at next week's board meeting. And so we wanted to share this information with our with board members tonight so that they were aware of the information ahead of time. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Pacific West if the board has no questions for me.
All right, well, good evening, esteemed board members, Superintendent Dr. Esparza, staff, community members. Pleasure to see everyone here. My name is Robert Cho, President of Pacific West Energy Solutions. Alongside me is my colleague, Miles Lupe, who's one of our business development managers. We're really excited to be here, as well as thank you for the opportunity to share a bit about our program that we have been jointly developing with staff members within the district here. I personally am excited to, first off, congratulate the district for making it through yet another school year, which is an incredible feat in and of itself, and for the student athletes who have done an incredible job. I don't know if you, I believe maybe several of the staff members as well as community members might remember our name. About 5 years ago, we actually worked on a fairly large program under Prop 39 where we were able to successfully obtain a $2 million grant for the district to be able to convert all of your lighting systems over to LED systems. So it was a fantastic project. I think one of the things that we're really excited about and proud of was we actually had a former El Rancho High Don, who's actually our project manager. And so she's been one of our employees for about 8 years now. And so within recent years, she's been just phenomenal. Helped us to construct about $60 million in construction herself. So she's been an incredible part of our team. And so just kudos to this community and to this district with the quality of people that come out of the education system here. So without further ado, I would just like to pass the mic over to my colleague Miles to be able to walk us through the program that we've jointly worked together with staff to put together in really rapid fashion. So without further ado, here's Miles.
And before they start, I'd just like to let the board know that some of their slides were changed, but you will receive the newest presentation tomorrow morning.
Thank you. So to get started here, I also wanted to reiterate the great job of your staff just for helping us get to this point in a very fast fashion, as well as a shout out to El Rancho High since my brother and sister-in-law both attended. So, you know, go Dons. But so we'll go ahead and get started on that light note. This program, we sat down with your team, both on the facilities and maintenance side, as well as your business services team, and really sat down and found out what the goals were of an air quality program. Since COVID and since the times that we've been going through, air quality has been a top priority for the district. So we really came down to it was enhancing the learning environments for your students. We wanted to figure out a program that really benefited the air quality from a holistic standpoint, finding the funding as well as implementation. So we'll be addressing that throughout this presentation. So to Jeff's point, this program is twofold. We'll be looking at the HVAC, which is heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, as well as your building controls across 8 elementary schools. And that is a total of about 229 units. And we'll be looking at that, replacing and upgrading the control system from the old units that are existing to new units. The second portion of this program will be the CalShape and AB 841 funding. And that is a program put together by the California Energy Commission in alliance with the utilities in California to help the air quality initiatives. And this program will be being procured through California Code 4217, which means that this program will be paying for itself through the energy savings. So moving forward into the scope here, we'll be approaching the units at Bernie, Durfee, Maggie Academy, North Ranchito, Rio Vista, Rivera, South Ranchito, and Valencia. And across those different sites, we will be replacing units and including economizer on all units 5 tons and above, which is in accordance with Title 24. And those benefits will be the air quality, as well as the long-term reliability and operational improvements across the district. On the CalShape funding side of this program, so the CEC released this funding, and we were successfully able to be awarded the district over $1.3 million. And that's broken down in 3 different buckets. In the HVAC assessment bucket, CO2 monitoring, filter replacement, as well as a 20% contingency, which will be taking care of any repairs that need to be done. And this will be across all 14 schools, not just the 8 schools that will be approached in the replacement portion of this. So we'll be able to actually be equitable across the district, touching all the schools, getting a great baseline, and then being able to find the 8 schools that are in the most need right now and replace those units first. How this is broken down from the numbers perspective is the HVAC and building controls will be taken care of through the ESSER funds, and then the CalShape funding with what was mentioned previously with the assessments and the CEC funds will be taken care of under the same program. So that comes out to just under $11 million, and the lifetime savings of this program will be over $11 million. So how we determine the lifetime savings of that $11 million will be between the HVAC savings, the building control savings, and your operation and maintenance savings. And what we found here is that when we go through and find the HVAC savings, it's going from the old units that are running inefficiently, moving to newer units that are more efficient, as well as a new building management system, which will help with your remote monitoring, essentially making your staff more efficient and able to save dollars down the road. And in the O&M savings as well, we're looking at your material costs, and with high escalation and outsourced labor of finding savings in that portion as well. So this slide is daunting here, but there is a lot of information. But essentially how we were coming to a guaranteed savings model is kind of thinking of it like a snapshot of where you are now, and then looking at a snapshot of where you will be operating with the newer and efficient units, and then taking that, and the difference between those savings will be your net savings. So I hope that makes sense there, but kind of that's broken down on this slide in more detail if you wanted to take another look at it. So here I just also wanted to mention as well that just a really big thank you to Marianne, Jeff, as well as David Compton. They've been instrumental in helping us get to this point in a really rapid fashion. Usually these projects take 6 to 8 months to really get a hold of and develop for the entire district, but we're able to accomplish it with the help of the staff and escorts and your amazing people at the elementary schools and high school getting us in and getting us on site in about just under 3 months. And bringing this here because the rising escalation prices on materials, as I'm sure everybody's experiencing, it's just the same in our world as well. And moving that forward kind of on a timeline that meets everybody's objectives. So today we're here asking for approval on this project moving forward on the next board date. So thank you. And I wanted to open it up to questions and answers.
Any questions, but keep reminding that we only have 3 minutes.
I have
Okay.
questions. So the funding that was secured through the AB 841 is what was that? What was the amount?
Just over 1.3 million.
1.3, right?
Yes.
And the cost to replace the aging HVACs is approximately 11 million. And you did mention some of the funding will come through ESSERS. So, but how much are we talking about from ESSERS?
So from ESSER, it would be the difference from the 1.3, and then the rest of the payment would be through ESSER.
Correct.
So it's just
I'd like to know how much we have in the ESSERS funding right now.
Okay.
I wish I had that number in my head, but we, several board meetings ago, the board gave direction to set aside an amount for HVAC and an amount for the shade structures.
Correct.
I can send that to you in the morning. I'm sorry, I'm not recalling it right now.
I understand, and that's fine if you could, at some point before the next discussion, send us that information. Really appreciate it. Because it's important, because we need to know actually what it's really going to cost outside of the funding, which you have already secured, which is great. Are there any other possibilities that we may be, or that you may be seeking additional funding? Are there other funding sources that perhaps could help defray some of the cost?
So in our partnership with El Rancho, we'll continuously be looking for more funding sources as they come about. But right now, the CalShape is the only one that's addressed to El Rancho right now. So in this 1.3 million that is in the funding is across the 14 sites for the immediate round that we're in of the funding. But as the CEC continues to release updates, there might be more funds available in the future.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other questions, Dr. Rivera?
Thank you for the presentation. Can you exactly explain to us what is the CalShape funding? I mean, we're hearing about it, but how does it exactly work?
Yeah, that's a great question.
What are the statutory provisions for such funding?
That's a great question. So what it comes down to is CalShape is a program that was put together through the CEC in alliance with all the utilities. And the way they break down the funding is through these buckets up here. But what it came down through in the rounds was the disadvantaged schools was the first provision, and there's about 2 more. But if you don't mind, I might have Rob take that question.
Sure. The CalShape program is a little bit complicated as far as the origins and then how it kind of came to be. But I guess the best way to explain it was during the COVID crisis, the governor signed into law to essentially utilize rebate monies that were available from the local utilities to be able to actually put towards air quality measures and improvements within schools. So the idea was to promote both air quality as well as water quality through that program. Currently, like Miles had mentioned, in its current form right now, is they're creating multiple rounds of funding to be released. And so the first set of funds are being dedicated towards mostly towards assessments of your air conditioning equipment to really see, how good the air quality is within the classrooms. And then secondly, actually to install CO2 monitoring. So those are the primary goals of the initial rounds of funding. The hope is that in later rounds, and this was the whole design of the program, was to be able to then, after the assessments and figure out where the units need to be replaced, then there would be monies available to actually do the replacements themselves. So this is kind of the initial step in this entire program to be able to get to what we hope is going to be additional funding to be able to actually defray the cost of HVAC replacement.
So by looking at the presentation, this is what I understand. So then El Rancho qualifies for $1.3 million for the CalShape funding? Is that what we?
Correct.
However, the project is more than 1.3, correct?
Right. So again, bear in mind the measures of the CalShape program and what those funds are supposed to be spent on is very specific. So those monies right now are not allocated to actually be spent towards HVAC replacement. It's just the measures that we had just talked about. So when you look at this program total, you're looking at a contract of $10.7 million. Of course, $1.3 million of that is actually the implementation of the CalShape program. So for dollar, that particular item is actually going to be taken care of by the grant funds. So there's no money coming out of pocket for the district to be able to actually implement the CalShape program itself. So that is essentially a cash neutral project right there. It's then, we're talking about roughly about $3 million for building controls and $6.4 million for HVAC, for a total of $9.4 million that is actually being funded by the ESSER funding. Does that make sense?
So then we would be responsible minus the 1.3 for 10. We would have to come up for $10 million for the project. However, over the year of the 25 years, we get that back in terms of savings, correct?
Right. There's energy and operational savings that comes from actually replacing all that equipment, because now you don't have to spend dollars actually powering up the systems, as well as replacing or repairing broken down pieces of equipment. As Miles had mentioned, many of the units at El Rancho are way beyond 15 years, probably more like 20, some 30 years. And so your staff have done a beautiful job of Band-Aiding everything and using duct tape and bubble gum to keep everything together. At a certain point, though, like most districts in California, you do have to make the investment of actually replacing equipment.
So is the funding a one-time thing, or is it something that we potentially can get every year, or is it?
Are you talking the CalShape or the ESSER funding?
The CalShape funding, is it a one-time deal for us, or is it, can we apply every year, or?
So as the program changes shape, the hope is that there will be multiple opportunities to be able to apply on behalf of the district. But like Miles had mentioned, we will dedicate our time to making sure that we keep up to date on the program and make sure that staff and the board is aware of those changes and take advantage of any additional funding that's made available.
Can I make a comment? And this came about to make sure that schools had the top-notch air quality. I do know that there are some state bonds that are going to go into effect where we'll be able to have matching funds and apply for matching funds. So it won't just be this 1.3 million. And I do believe El Rancho will qualify for far more matching funds than that, to at least pay possibly for half of it. But those are still, in the works with the state.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. So, Esther, you had a question?
Thank you for the information.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Some of the questions I had were answered by your presentation. I appreciate that there's going to be equity. You highlighted that the schools that need it the most will be addressed, so that's something that's very important. I see this as an investment, and it's needed for our students and our staff. So I just want to say kudos to the team, Mr. Rail and her team, for fast tracking this and reducing it to 3 months. That's amazing. And again, just focusing on how it's going to help our students and staff. I know that the Biden administration has recommended that funds be used to address this type of infrastructure, and it's needed. And thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Happening. Okay, go ahead.
Just quick comment.
I'd like
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, it's Jeff Fitchett. I'd just like to share a little bit more information in regards to the project. As was mentioned earlier in some of the comments, the board had identified using ESSER funds to address the HVAC system, specifically at the elementary sites. One of the concerns and challenges that we have in using those ESSER funds is the timeline that's associated with having to spend those funds. And so in using the 4217 process, it greatly expedites this project and allows the district to move forward very quickly. One of the benefits of the 4017 process is that there are no change orders. And I know that's welcoming to many of us. So there are no change orders because the 4217 process is a design, build, in nature type procurement. So I just wanted to share that with you so you have that information and hopefully shed a little bit more light on why we're approaching this under that umbrella. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then
I just wanted to echo what the board said, and just thank you so much to your team. Thank you to Ms. Sorrell and her team, because I know a lot of parents, teachers, and even students have brought up, that the fact that there's no air conditioning at certain schools, and so I think especially such a hot summer, like they deserve that. So I just want to thank you for the details and everything.
thank you. I just have one question. When you talk about adding control systems, what kind of control systems are you looking at? Something like a building management system?
Yes, ma'am. It would be a building management system. The exact building management system is a Carrier iView system that would replace your current thermostats and actually allow remote accessibility for your maintenance staff to be able to address those units, increase your set point adjust, which is the temperature control in the classrooms, as well as the schedule, which will help with the waste of not knowing if a unit is running in occupied mode if there's no one in the facility.
Thank you. That answers my one question. Thank you for the presentation. And so I think that addresses all of our questions. And so this is informational only, and I believe the next step would be, this is like the public hearing, and the next step will be at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next item is a presentation of the LCAP for the 2022-2023 school year.
Well, good evening, El Rancho community, and it is our pleasure to join you this evening to share the 2022 Local Control and Accountability Plan and Annual Update. As we get started this evening, it's important to emphasize, I'm sorry, are we able to advance? There we go. We really wanted to emphasize that this is not a new LCAP that we're here presenting this evening. As you recall, last year we engaged in an extensive process of stakeholder engagement with a wide range of stakeholders to assemble an LCAP that really reflected our collective priorities and goals for our students. And we did bring that LCAP forth for approval. And what we're really looking at this evening is providing an update on our progress toward meeting those LCAP goals that were established after 1 year of plan implementation. So this slide here really illustrates the lengthy LCAP process that we've engaged in. And although we do bring the LCAP forward on an annual basis, it's really important to understand that it is, in a real sense, a living document for us that we reference consistently throughout the year to guide district activities. And in addition, beginning in spring of every year, we engage in a series of activities to review the current year and also to make adjustments to optimize plan implementation for the coming school year. So as you see here, on February 15th, at a regular board meeting, we did provide a mid-year update during that meeting. And during the spring, we have gathered feedback from our El Rancho community regarding actions delineated in the LCAP, and we will be providing you with much of this information and a review of the metrics associated with our 3 LCAP goals. And so we're here tonight to share the LCAP and convene a public hearing later as required by Ed Code. And then next Tuesday, we will bring forth the final 2022 LCAP for your approval. So when we look at the LCAP, at its core, it really is intended to be a comprehensive planning document for all school districts. And each plan must include each of the components delineated here on this slide. So first, it must really document those district-wide and school-wide goals, as well as the specific actions that will be taken to achieve the goals for all students, including specific subgroups of students in each of 8 state priority areas and locally identified priority areas. And we will be bringing forth an update and a report on those local indicators next Tuesday on the 28th. In addition, we are also required to describe expected progress toward meeting the goals. And as part of the district's required annual update of the plan, which we are reviewing with you today, the district must describe actual progress made toward meeting the goals, and then also describe any adjustments that are being made to, again, optimize plan implementation for our students. In addition, each plan must describe expenditures required to implement each of the goals and actions, including a description of how additional funds provided for low-income students, English learners, and foster youth will be used to increase or improve services for these students. So this slide provides a brief highlight of the major components and really the general philosophy behind the LCAP that was developed last year. And the whole rationale between the document that was assembled was really to leverage that LCAP planning process to enhance our existing infrastructure to support and nurture all of our students in El Rancho, pre-K to 12. And in particular, we really wanted to utilize resources to invest in additional supports, namely in the form of instructional aides, long-term substitutes, and teachers on special assignment that would be needed to implement MTSS district-wide. This additional staffing, coupled with the provision of professional development, teacher planning and articulation, and enhanced opportunities for small group instruction, really are being put together to position El Rancho to effectively implement a tiered model of supports for students across our grade span. But in addition to providing human resources at school sites, El Rancho is also investing in providing an optimal context for learning. So to ensure a safe, welcoming environment for students, we're funding maintenance and operations initiatives to maintain schools in excellent condition. And to equip students and teachers with the tools needed to engage in teaching and learning, instructional materials, including the provision of critical hands-on learning supplies, are being provided for all school sites. And in respect to educational technology, El Rancho will continue to allocate resources for both an annual refresh to its 2-to-1 digital device commitment to students, as well as the provision of critical online learning platforms. And finally, the final component in terms of the LCAP is the investment in promoting student engagement and nurturing overall student well-being through funding additional mental health and academic counselors. And in an effort to inspire students and create pathways for a successful future in college and career, El Rancho will initiate career exploration programs pre-K to 12 and also expand CTE offerings to include an automotive technology pathway.
Over the course of the past several months, we've had the pleasure of meeting with stakeholders to hear their views, perspectives, and suggestions regarding the development of the LCAP. The meetings were open to all members of the El Rancho Unified School District community, and in addition, the LCAP community meetings, we had also offered surveys for parents, caregivers, and staff, where we gathered 915 submissions from the El Rancho Unified community and 252 responses from El Rancho staff. It is important to note that ERUSD's LCAP is based on a template approved by the California State Board of Education and was written specifically to respond to the detailed directions provided by the state. Here you see an example of the template, including specific cells that we populated with information regarding our goals, data, and monitoring actions and expenditures. This is another example of the template where we need to provide answers to questions regarding the goals we have in the LCAP. Part of the goal analysis includes explanations of how effective the actions were in making progress to the goals and a description of what the differences were in our planned actions and the actual implementation of these actions. As you will see in the presentation, we have had some successes and some challenges in meeting the 3 goals we identified in the LCAP. Our successes include growth in student CAFs and interim assessment scores, small group instructional opportunities for our students, an increase to academic counselors, and an increase to mental health support by having a mental health counselor at each site. However, staffing shortages significantly impacted some of the services we wanted to provide for our students. Many of our staff also experienced COVID fatigue, which limited participation in additional activities and/or programs. We also realized that our students needed an increased level of support, which ranged from academic interventions to resources for their social, emotional, and behavioral needs. Here you see our 3 LCAP goals. As indicated, each goal has a specific focus. Goal 1 addresses conditions of learning and, broadly defined, attends to the instruction, classroom environment in respect to facilities, materials, and staffing supports that impact learning and students' preparedness for college and career. Goal 2 addresses engagement of students, staff, and families with an inclusive, welcoming school environment that affords all students an opportunity to excel. And Goal 3 addresses pupil outcomes with the focus on readiness to participate in society beyond high school graduation. It gives particular attention to the 21st century skills of critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication with an emphasis on civic engagement. We'll now take a closer look at each of our 3 goals, our related actions, and the metrics that were used to monitor overall progress and effectiveness.
Good evening. Tonight we will review our goals, provide an action summary, share available metrics, and an analysis for each goal. Let's begin by looking at Goal 1. All students will be provided high-quality learning experiences, appropriate instructional materials, equitable learning environments, and access to a broad course of study that fosters academic and interpersonal skills in preparation for college and careers. In this slide, you see a summary of the actions allocated to achieve Goal 1. This includes both supports for students and staff. We do not have certified data for all our metrics, but we will share with you updated information on those that are available. The pandemic had an impact on all of us, and it is expected that we would see a loss in some areas. We also see areas where our data remain the same. In the metrics listed on the slide, we see a dip in A through G and CT completion, as well as the advanced placement pass rate. However, you also see that we have already exceeded our goal of 80% of our students applying to a 4 or 2-year college. For the CAS metric, we see that in 2019, our juniors scored 53% college ready in English language arts, and in 2021, 57.3% scored the same, a growth of 4.3%. This indicates that we are 4.7% away from our desired outcome for 2024. Our ERUSD interim assessment data shows improvement from last year in almost all identified grade levels for math and English language arts, and in ELA third grade has already exceeded the desired outcome for 2024. Updated metrics on this slide show a slight decrease in the graduation rate and a reduction of the dropout rate of more than 50%, which has resulted in reaching and surpassing our 2024 goal. However, there were areas of increase such as our dropout rate and the percentage of juniors scoring ready for college in mathematics. The metrics in this slide reflect the work that we are doing to ensure that all content standards are fully implemented and that teachers are fully credentialed and correctly assigned. The effectiveness of our specific actions in making progress towards this goal can be divided into 2 categories: teacher and student support. In the area of teacher support, While digital learning coaches were impacted with class coverage duties due to substitute teacher shortage, they were still able to support classroom teachers with integrating technology in content areas. This was very helpful as we returned to in-person instruction this school year. Our teachers on special assignments provided support district-wide to both teachers and administrators. This year, we also concluded the adoption process for secondary science instructional materials. This process allowed for collaboration between middle and high school teachers. With this adoption, we're able to provide students with adopted instructional materials that are aligned to the next generation science standards. The teacher induction program requires each teacher to participate in an inquiry cycle action plan that focuses on equitable learning environments and access to the curriculum for all learners to remove barriers to learning and preparation for college and career. Data collected by the induction program shows all induction teachers experience an increase of 25% or more students meeting or exceeding standards, as well as 30% or more of students moving from far below standards achieving to either approaching or meeting standards in their individual post-instruction analysis. In the area of student supports, we are addressing learning loss by providing various forms of support, such as teacher-directed, on-site tutoring after school, and web-based tutoring available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week through tutor.com. This year, we were also able to increase students' access to technology by purchasing enough devices to be 2-to-1. This greatly facilitated our return to in-person learning. Lastly, the hiring of credentialed teachers to support small group instruction allowed our students to receive timely intervention in areas where they required additional support.
So now we'll move on to Goal 2, which focuses in general on the topic of engagement. And Goal 2 reads, students, families, and staff will have equitable access to engage socially, emotionally, and academically across all grades and schools in an inclusive, safe, and welcoming environment. As a result of extensive stakeholder engagement sessions and survey administration last year, we identified a series of actions to help students realize our engagement goal. And these actions are shown here and include a heavy emphasis on small group learning opportunities, increased access to academic counselors, extended learning opportunities, specific supports for English learners, low-income students and foster youth, school safety, and behavioral supports for elementary school students. Particularly noteworthy actions include an unprecedented investment in securing 7 new counselors to support our secondary schools and ERUSD, as well as the provision of supports for small group instruction through instructional aides in elementary schools and certificated long-term substitutes across the TK to 12 grade span. So in respect to our Goal 2 metrics, we have collected some extensive data to monitor our progress toward meeting our goal. And so in particular, we have 17 specific metrics that were identified as part of our LCAP development process last year, and we have data on each of these measures to share with you this evening. One of the most exciting and productive aspects of LCAP development during the past year focused on the creation and dissemination of our new LCAP parent and staff surveys. And staff collaborated with Qualtrics to develop the surveys that informed a number of measures that you will see within this particular goal. The first metric you'll see listed here, for example, is staff engagement. And absent a prior measure, we established a 2023-24 goal of 70% of staff feeling engaged as our desired outcome. Our year 1 data demonstrates that at present, 48% of staff feel engaged. The next 2 measures provide insight into engagement of our students who are classified as English learners. We are currently awaiting our final number of students who will be reclassified for this year, and we anticipate an increase from our 2020-2021 rate of 4.6%, and some of our preliminary data suggests that we will see a fairly significant increase in that particular metric. And as LPAC data for 21-22 is not yet available, we still here are reporting out 2020-2021 data. And during that year, 13.98% of EL students scored proficient on the LPAC. Again, we do anticipate receiving more updated current data in the very near future, and we will make certain to provide that to everyone here for your review. Now, the final metric listed on this slide provides some information from our new parent survey. And here we see that 34.1% of parents reported participating in some form of district-sponsored activity. And so this figure places us on a path to meet our 2023-2024 outcome of 50%. Now, the first metric on this slide references our California Healthy Kids Survey, which is referred to as the CHICS as the shorthand. I will note that throughout the presentation, you will see 2020-2021 data. However, we are very pleased to share that 21-22 data, current year data, is just now becoming available, and so we will be getting you that updated information just as soon as possible. But be aware that we are reporting 2020-21, given that at the time of the presentation being submitted for this meeting, that was what we had on hand. So here you'll see that 44% of elementary students in 2020-2021 reported meaningful participation in school, and a secondary average, so the average for our secondary students participating in the CHICS survey was 28%. So we are going to be looking forward to see how those numbers will increase during the 21-22 school year as students return to in-person instruction. The next metric you'll see refers to our advanced and honors course enrollment. And in 21-22, enrollment in CTE and honors was 53.8%, which was up from 51.1% in 2020-2021. The last metric you will see here listed refers to our middle school dropout rate, which remains at 0%. So the next couple of slides provide a number of data points related to attendance and safety-related matters. I do want to point out that the first metric listed here is really about a compliance item. And so you will see here that we are monitoring the extent to which we are meeting requirements for participation in the various parent committees that are a requirement of receiving various different types of funding that El Rancho brings in each year. There is a slight typo there, and we did want to report that at present time we are in compliance with all of those requirements. So going back to the safety related data, you will see here that for our suspension and attendance rates, we do have our district suspension rate for 2020-2021 at 0%. We do anticipate that more current data will become available. And again, just as soon as we receive that, we will be sharing that with the board and with the rest of the El Rancho community. You will also see here that our attendance rate for 2020-2021 was 90.97%. And for chronic absenteeism, it was 12.3%. Now, our next two metrics reference, once again, our new LCAP surveys. And 82% of staff reported feeling safe at their school site. And 84% of parents agree that their children feel safe at school. Now, the first metric listed here on this slide really takes a look at students' own sense of safety at school. Again, it's important to note that this data is from 2020-2021, but on the CHICS survey administered during that time period, 63% of elementary students perceive their schools as safe, and 54% of secondary students perceive their schools as safe. Our final Goal 2 related metrics involve staff and parent engagement. In the LCAP survey, we asked staff to assess their level of engagement at their school, and 65% of staff indicate that they are given opportunities to get involved in school-wide decisions. We also asked parents to assess their engagement in their children's education, and 56% report feeling engaged as educational partners. So in summary, we have made some measurable progress toward achieving the type of meaningful engagement delineated in Goal 2. And some of the highlights, we mentioned previously that 7 new academic counselors have been placed at secondary schools to support students. And in addition, all of these counselors are receiving professional development that will continue for the duration of this LCAP. As a district, we have increased individualized support for English learners via our credentialed teachers, long-term substitutes that are at each of our school sites. And to support students with acclimating to in-person instruction, we have placed behavior technicians at each of our elementary schools. Areas of focus for 2022-23 will include increased extended learning opportunities, providing additional parent liaisons at each of our sites to really support school staff with enhanced communications with families, as well as the acquisition of enhanced ELD supports and materials.
Our third goal focuses on pupil outcomes and reads, students will leave the El Rancho Unified School District goal-orientated with the ability to think critically and creatively, work collaboratively, communicate effectively, and be civically engaged. In order to meet this goal, we identified the following actions to help students realize our pupil outcome goal. The actions are mental health counselors, character development / behavior intervention programs, career exploration, academic programs, after-school enrichment programs, career tech education expansion, and teen court. The next 2 slides that you will see will share our metrics for Goal 3. We have planned to have students being able to receive the State Seal of Civic Engagement and have both individualized graduation and culmination plans. As you can see, we have identified the criteria for awarding the State Seal of Civic Engagement so that students can earn the seal in the 2022 and 2023 school year. Counselors were also trained this year to identify the criteria and guidelines so that students can have an individualized graduation and culmination plan. Our next metric is a senior survey that measures students' levels of preparedness and plans for after high school. 95% of our 2021 senior students replied that they plan to attend college and or work after graduation. We will need to include a question that measures how prepared they feel for their post-high school plans. We do not have current data for our next 2 metrics as due to the pandemic, students did not take the SBAC or the standardized test until this year, and the data has yet to be released. We do expect that our actions will reflect a 3-point increase in the California School Dashboard for both ELA and math for our students grades 3 through 8th. Our final metric is for the A through G and CTE pathway completion rate. Although there was a slight increase, we would like to have a 10% completion rate for the 2023-2024 school year. As you can see, we've made significant progress toward meeting the pupil outcomes of Goal 3. All our school sites have a mental health counselor to support the mental well-being of students. We have district-wide character development and behavior intervention programs that provide positive support interventions for students. We continue to have academic programs such as AVID, IB, and PBL for students, and we maintain the teen court programs at El Rancho High School. For 2022-2023, we will need to focus on creating career exploration opportunities for elementary and secondary students through events such as Career Day, increase after-school enrichment programs that promote student engagement via extracurricular activities, and working to expand the career technical education pathway offerings, in particular moving forward with the automotive technology pathway.
The budget overview for parents is a component of the LCAP that is designed to provide parents with a summary of budget information related to the LCAP. As indicated on this slide, it includes the following three components: the projected revenue, budget expenditures in the LCAP, and increased and improved services. We will examine each of these areas a little bit more in depth. Sorry, it doesn't want to seem to stick onto that slide. So there we go. This chart shows the total general purpose revenue El Rancho Unified School District expects to receive in the incoming year from all sources. School districts receive funds from different sources, such as state funds under the Local Control Funding Formula, or LCFF, other state funds, local funds, and federal funds. LCFF funds include a base level of funding for all local educational agencies and extra funding called supplemental concentration grants. This funding comes as a result of enrollment based on high need students, which includes foster youth, English learners, and low income students. So the total revenue projected for El Rancho Unified School District is $109,363,121, of which $96,779,000 is local control funding formula. $2,412,242 is other state funds, $4,612,330 is local funds, and $6,337,770 is federal funds. Of that $96 million in LCFF, $19,745,149 is generated based on the enrollment of those high-need students that we mentioned earlier. Those are foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. This chart provides a quick summary of how much El Rancho Unified School District plans to spend for the 2022-23 school year. It shows how much of the total is tied to planned actions and services within the LCAP. El Rancho Unified School District plans to spend $107,732,000 for the 2022-23 school year. Of that amount, $69,841,155 is tied to actions and services in the LCAP. The budgeted expenditures that are not included in the LCAP will be used for regular occurring expenditures. The most significant of that general fund expenditure not included in the LCAP are primarily related to the salaries of administrators, certificated staff, classified staff, and support staff, and expenditures that are not funded through LCFF and not specific to the goals, actions, or services within that plan. In addition, these may include expenditures such as school facilities and maintenance that involve staffing, equipment, repair, and contracts. Other general fund expenditures are related to school programs and general overhead. This chart compares what ERUSD budgeted last year in the LCAP for actions and services that contribute to increasing or improving services for high-need students with what El Rancho estimates it has spent on those actions and services that contribute to increasing or improving services for high-need students. In 21-22, El Rancho District's LCAP budgeted $18,392,247 for planned actions to increase or improve services to high-need students. El Rancho actually spent $13,683,487 for actions to increase or improve services during the 21-22 school year. The total budget expenditures for high-need students was less than anticipated given a host of challenges related to the pandemic, which impacted several actions designed to help achieve the goals, specifically Goal 2. Personnel challenges constitute perhaps the greatest challenge related to executing all planned actions. As a district, we encountered difficulties securing parent liaisons to support at each of our schools. Despite extensive efforts to recruit via EdJoin and other job recruitment sites, we were only able to hire one additional parent liaison. Staffing challenges associated with securing long-term substitutes and new highly qualified staff at the secondary level also impeded efforts to provide more individualized supports at the scale intended and teachers on special assignment as planned. As we continue to emerge from the pandemic, during the 22-23 school year, El Rancho will recommit to expanding extended learning opportunities for English learners, low-income students, and foster youth in grades TK through 12. We will also move forward with expanding the implementation of enhanced ELD supports and materials. So our next steps. A first draft of this LCAP has already been submitted to LACO, and we received feedback. That feedback was added to our plan. The final LCAP will be brought to the board for approval at the next scheduled meeting on June 28th. And an annual LCAP update will take place next year, at which time we will review our metrics and progress towards meeting our 21 through 24 LCAP goals. Thanks so much for hanging in there with us. We know it was a lot of information, but we welcome any questions you might have.
I see a hand up already. Ms. Perez?
I'll be brief, but it was a lot of work, so thank you. I just want to say thank you so much for the thoughtfulness. It was easy to see the progress. It was very easy to take in that information. Just a quick kudos for all the teachers, all the staff, everyone involved with the increase in scores in the CAS. I don't know if I pronounced it right. The interim assessments, the small group instruction investment, teachers and students and parents were very vocal about that. And just attendance rate, given that COVID and everything, that's huge. So I just want to highlight that. And then just, I think I already mentioned it, like moving forward, now that, COVID hopefully won't be a big burden with AP, CTE pathways, increasing it. I love that we're doing it at the elementary school and middle school level. I think that's great. I'm excited for Mr. Armstead to take on the TOSA because I think middle school math, like I'm always big on that, the scores, I think it's gonna change. I really think it will. And then I also mentioned, the room opportunity for growth to really highlight extracurricular activities. I feel like I want to make sure students have access to, a strong academic, but also those opportunities. And then my only, maybe food for thought, I know and thank you for sending me the tutor.com presentation and just like the breakdown of the usage. I'm saying maybe as a district we can campaign that more, something where, students, because I was seeing the number of sessions, but I wasn't clear on if that was the number of students or different sessions, but just something as a district that it's something that they can use, just campaign it, right? I don't know what we can do as a district, but some type of point system, some type of way that students are excited to use it, because looking at the data, above 90% of them said it was so helpful. So it's just, how do we do that as a district? So that's my...
So one of the things that tutor.com has offered us is they have offered to come in and do sessions at all our schools. And we're trying to schedule those for back to school night so that they can be at the different schools promoting the service. So parents are aware from day one that this is a resource for them.
Awesome.
And if I might also add, I think one of the things that we also might consider is a possibility that online tutoring may not meet the needs of all students. And as you probably noted on the budget overview for parents, we are this last year below our required contribution for unduplicated students, our foster youth, low-income students, English language learners. And so what the county has provided us in terms of guidance is that for this coming year, for 22-23, we will need to carry over that contribution to provide supports to students. And I think one of the considerations that needs to be put on the table would be the prospect of perhaps some outside tutors that are highly qualified to come in and support our students, and for those supports to be directly targeted to our unduplicated students, because in fact, those dollars are brought into the district specifically to provide them with supports. And Ms. Castañón in her section did really underscore the significance of COVID fatigue. And our teachers and our staff, everyone has worked so hard. They're really working as hard as they can. And one of the things that is really evident in this LCAP is that we have really increased the supports for students, which has been wonderful. Never before have we had a mental health counselor at each school. Have we had behavior technicians? Have we had additional aides and long-term substitutes? And so we have increased supports, but at the same time, our level of need has increased so much, and that has really taxed our permanent staff. And so I think perhaps thinking outside of the box in new creative ways and new partnerships to bring in additional supports to supplement some of that online tutoring would be something helpful and that we need to consider.
And just echoing 1,000% agree as a teacher. And then also just echoing, highlighting the increases that we have, like as a district, right? Like I would love to see social media posts. We increased by X amount in percentage. Like we need to highlight that. So I would definitely talk to the communications. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, Esther?
So I'm going to echo a lot of the things that Trustee Perez said. We definitely need our communications team back. It's sorely needed because there's so much great work that's being done. We need to highlight it and promote it. So I completely agree with that. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, for highlighting the need for differentiated tutoring. That's really important, and I know that parents feel that need. So I know that there were some challenges, and I just want to make sure that stress that some of the dips on the AP scores, or it's not only at El Rancho. I just want to make sure to highlight that this is statewide. I attended a delegate meeting last month, and we're all sharing these same problems. So I just want to highlight that and thank our teachers and our staff for all the great hard work that they do. Cannot say enough about that. I do have 2 questions, actually one, just regarding the 2-to-1, the rollout of the devices, like what the status on that is, like as a district-wide.
That is complete. It started this year. So we implemented it this year and it'll continue into next year. I'm hopeful that it will go on. And so all students will have one device at school and one device at home.
So all students have a device to keep at home?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And that's something we need to highlight. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Dr. Rivera, any questions or comments?
Oh, just a real quick comment. Really impressed with the details, and you spent a lot of time doing surveys, which I appreciate. And definitely as a result of the outcomes and the desired outcomes, looks like the next year or so, we have a lot of work to do on behalf of the district. But thank you very much for the shared information.
And,
My brief comments to this amazing team. It is just incredible the amount of work that goes and the hours that go behind this presentation, the details on the metrics. It is, we can just see the involvement, the engagement, the student engagement, and the parent engagement. And over the years, I have seen this grow and grow exponentially. And this is wonderful because everyone's really, truly jumping in now. Given all the challenges that everyone faced this year, it's great to see the growth. You have some ambitious goals here. For example, on the EL reclassification rate, I know this goal will be accomplished because so much was accomplished and all of the resources and support behind. I just imagine we would have been able to secure all of the staffing and all of the human resources. These kids would have been flying high. Nonetheless, it's very impressive the progress that is evident just through this presentation. Thank you so much. You're just doing an amazing job. I can't say it enough times.
Thank you. All I can say is I saw data. And I'm always looking for data. And I think it's good information. I know it's hard to collect. And the only comment I would say is there's a lot of metrics. And sometimes at a point in time, you're going to have to stream and consolidate. But I see that in not next year, but the following year, because you'll find out which metrics really gave you an insight of what you're doing well and where you need to improve. It's just the nature of data. So good work, all of you. Thank you. I don't think we have any more questions.
Thank you so much. And I just again wanted to reiterate that we do have new data that is becoming available on the very near future, and we will go ahead and share that with you just as soon as it's released. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then the next one is, thank you for, is a discussion on the budget. So that's a public hearing regarding the El Rancho Unified School District budget. Isn't that? Oh, the information is, okay. 11C. Excuse me, but it's still financial services. Thank you, Lily.
Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Esparza, Cabinet, and members of the audience. This evening, I'm going to provide you a brief overview of the district's budget for fiscal year 22-23. This slide represents the budget cycle of all districts. In June of that fiscal year, we adopt a budget. We develop and adopt a budget. Then we have a 45-day window where if there's anything significant that occurs with our revenues and expenditures, we have an opportunity to take our budget back to board if needed. The next budget report is our first interim, and it's our fiscal data as of October 31st, 2022, and it's referred to as the first interim, and it's prepared for the board in December. The next report is the second interim, and it's data as of January 31st, 2023, and it's presented to the board in March. There is another window of opportunity to prepare another interim report, the third interim. It's not required, but if necessary, a district can prepare a third interim. Then we close our books during year-end closing, and we prepare for the board the unaudited actuals, which is presented in September of 2023. And then the budget cycle begins again. This slide represents some of which the CIA team already has touched on, so I'll briefly review it. It's the local control funding for sources in revenue, Title 1, 2, and 3 for federal revenues, other state revenues, and local revenues. Some of the uses are for certificated and classified salaries and benefits, instructional materials and supplies, services and other operating expenses, and maintenance and operations. And as the CIA mentioned, the LCAP reflects the 8 state state priorities, and the LCAP is not a source of revenue. It's just a spending plan of the district's revenue and expenditures. The LCAP does not address all of the activities and functions of the district. Some of the budget considerations: we are to provide a balanced budget with priorities given to the student and site needs, the LCAP priorities, maintenance and facilities, increases in statutory benefits, and compensation. Some of the guidelines are: we are to review the educational achievements and programs for all students, staffing ratios, which we must maintain. We charge indirect cost where we can, where applied legally, or cost legally. The transfers from the general fund revenues, which is mainly Fund 14, our deferred maintenance fund, and our Fund 67, our property liability insurance fund. The cost of living adjustment for fiscal year 22-23 is at 6.56%. For 23-24, it's 5.38% and 4.02% for 24-25. The multi-year projections presented in the budget reflect step and column for all fiscal years, for all 3 years. The deferred maintenance is estimated at $1.471 million for 22-23 and $1 million in the 2 out years. Restricted routine maintenance is a required 3% of the district's expenditures. For fiscal year 22-23, it's $3.368 million, almost $3 million in fiscal year 23-24, and $3 million in 24-25. Right now, the district's reserve for economic uncertainties exceeds the 3% minimum of 3%. Right now, El Rancho is at 5% reserve, which is approximately $5.2 million. This next slide represents the estimated general fund revenues and expenditure projections. For fiscal year 22-23, the total revenue estimated to be received is $110.2 million. The expenditures are estimated at $112.2 million, with a net change in funding of $2 million. The district currently has an unrestricted reserve balance of $39,750, of which the components are $25,000 at cash and bank, and approximately $47,000 for inventory, and approximately $5.2 million for reserve for economic uncertainties. The restricted reserve balance is at $10.9 million, which, as the district starts looking at some of the plans, these restricted resources will be spent on this year's students. So in fiscal year 22-23, those dollars will be spent on this year's students. For fiscal year 23-24, the district's anticipating receiving $108.7 million in revenues and $107.2 million in expenditures, with a net change in reserves of $1.41 million. The unrestricted reserve balance is again at $18.1 million, and of course, we have our reserve for economic uncertainties and our non-spendable of our cash and bank and inventory. This number will change as the restricted reserve balance will change as the dollars are spent. So right now it's projected at $12.1 million in restricted reserve balance. For fiscal year 24-25, the revenue is estimated at $109.5 million, and the expenditures are estimated at $108.4 million, with a net change in fund balance of $1.1 million. Again, the unrestricted reserve balance is 18.1, which we have our non-spendable, again, our cash and bank and inventory that will always remain, and also the 5% reserve for economic uncertainties. And then the reserve balance estimated at $13.3 million for fiscal year 24-25. This pie represents what Jasmine kind of touched on earlier with the BOP, is the LCFF funding at 87%, the federal revenue at 6%, other state revenue at 2%, other local revenue at 4%, and transfers in at 1%. The transfers in funding is actually, it's to pay for the retirement benefits. It's from our Fund 20, our other post-employment benefits. The general fund expenditures are certificated salaries at 41%, classified salaries at 16%, employee benefits at 25%, which is approximately 82% of the district's budget, books and supplies, 5%, other operating expense, 11%, and other outgo, 2%. That's the interfund transfer for Fund 14, the Deferred Maintenance Fund, and Fund 67, the Property Liability Insurance Fund. Any questions?
I think you have us all in awe of coming up with all these numbers. So, any questions from the board? Ms. Mejia?
I just have one. So the projections for the multi-year estimates, the projections for 22-23, some of the items aren't matching what's on the budget under unrestricted and restricted. So I just wanted to ask about that, why some of the objects are not matching. For example, I believe it was other local revenue. There's some that are not matching. Let me pull up.
Okay, I could take a look at that. There was a lot of moving parts. We were dealing with a new financial system, BEST. So I had a lot of support from LACO, which I would not have been able to do it without them. And then also CDE changed their SAC state software as well. So I was learning so maybe something, I could take a look at it and then send you a revised copy.
Sounds good.
It's definitely the SACS forms that you received, that big giant stack, that is accurate.
This one, okay.
Yes. So it
Thank
might be
you.
a timing issue, I apologize.
No worries, thank you.
Dr. Marino?
Just a quick question. Ms. Huttenberg, thank you once again for all these numbers and this presentation. I have a very quick question on the general fund multi-year estimates and projections. Can you explain the difference for 22-23, where we have a 2.23 million I don't want to say
deficit.
Deficit, yes. I was looking for that word.
Forbidden word, no. Yes, and so that is something that we can take a look at. And what might transpire is that as we look at the restricted reserve balances, it could be something that technically could be charged to a restricted resource that's allowable, and it could offset that deficit.
Okay. So is that something we need to be worried about?
Yes, and I know we do have plans to have budget stabilization plans, as well as budget committee and budget study sessions, so those would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Oh, you had it. Arlene.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. Echoing what you mentioned, I think it's so important because I know a lot of people are talking about a possible recession. So I think echoing definitely the studies, the looking into what we need to do just to, because to me, when I hear the word recession, it kind of scares me, especially because it's going to impact education, unfortunately. So yeah, just echoing that to make sure that we continue to do those studies. That's it.
Dr. Vera, any comments?
Thank you. Thank you for the report. So, for this year, we're projecting a $2 million deficit, correct?
Correct.
So, out of all the categories out here that you have specified, like salaries, benefits, supplies, did the deficit generate from all those different categories, or were there a specific categories that generated or assisted us to be at a deficit this new school year?
The
Is
cost,
there a particular area there?
the cost of benefits, I would have to say, was significant, as well as, the cost of health and welfare, the statutory benefits, PERS and STIRS. So that was significant. Think about, I would say that would be something that's a lot harder to project, because we really don't know what those costs will be when we're starting out a fiscal year. So as we transition, we might see it come January of 2023. We might see maybe a change in that area. We never know for sure what health and welfare is going to do, the cost, I mean. We're also looking at staffing alignment as well, as we look at some of the declining enrollment. So that will probably eventually right-size itself on the natural.
So earlier, I believe you said that we can use some of the, the unrestricted
restricted.
$2 million to pay down that $2 million.
Actually, I referred to the restricted reserve balance, and what I'm referring to is, let's say we have, as we're talking about the mental health coaches, mental health liaisons, some of their services that they provide are actually could be tied to the ELO, it could be tied to part of the ESSER. So those are some of the things that we can look at as we take a step back, and now we have a little bit of breathing room because we have now until 2024 to spend those dollars. We were under the assumption that we had to spend the ELO at one point in August of 2022. So it's time for us to just kind of take a step back and see what our plans are and what we intend on doing going forward, now that we have a little bit of breathing room.
Now, the governor has mentioned that he does want to address the increase in benefits. Would we be seeing that this upcoming school year, or do you have an idea when that would happen?
No, I don't. I'm hopeful that it'll happen in January, because that's usually when our benefits trigger, is in January of that fiscal year. So January 2023.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I probably have the least amount of questions. Sometimes when I go through all those pages, it's like, well, number one, my eyesight isn't what it used to be, so I have a hard time reading those numbers. But I was concerned with the deficit numbers. But I do believe your insight about the increased costs for benefits can contribute to some of our deficits. And I don't know how, you can't control some of those items, and especially in today's environment, to project out on things that we're seeing with inflation is going to be really tough. So it's like, what can you control, what can't you control? So it's sort of like trying to identify those those line items that have the biggest impact to the district. Good work. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sorrell.
There was no,
Mary Ann.
remember, no go-backs. Okay, no go-backs.
One quick question. I know this is on the next section that's for public hearing, but let me just ask this again. In reading page 1, what I see here is that we're projecting a pretty large deficit for next year. I just want to have clarity on that.
Are you referring to fiscal year 23, 24?
Because 21, 22, we have a 1.462 deficit. For 22, 23, that goes up to 2.15. Am I reading this correct?
Are you on the SACS forms themselves from CDE? I don't have those in front of me. I
Okay, now I
apologize.
know you don't. I apologize for that. Just a simple question. Is the district looking at a deficit?
As it stands today, yes. But as we step back and we start analyzing the numbers and start looking at what the plans were, I don't foresee the district deficit spending. As long as that we start focusing on the right direction and right-sizing the district based on the enrollment, based on the needs, and start looking at some of those restricted dollars, that 10.9 million, and take a closer look at those dollars and look at what the plan was 2 years ago, so a year ago. So just kind of revisit some of what the district had intended on doing and what the district has already spent to see, get a tighter look on, we have all the numbers, we have all the reports, we have everything. I think it's just we need to take a step back and maybe revisit.
So how soon can we have a breath of relief? When do you project? I know this is very difficult to say, but I just wanted to have clarity on, as of today, we are facing a deficit. But from what I hear you saying, that as all of these other things happen, the picture will change.
The outcome looks better, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No go-backs. No go-backs. Okay, so thank you for your presentation. And we're now at the public hearing. And from what I understand, we have an opening, the public hearing on the local control and accountability plan for the 2022-2023 school year as required by the Educational Code 52062. And so I guess it's an open and then it becomes closed. So anyway, what do I have to do? Just open the gavel. Oh, the gavel? Oh, I have to open it and then I hit it again to close it? No. Okay.
You ask it.
Oh, okay. So we have comments? Public hearings? Okay. 3 minutes.
It will be shorter than 3 minutes, but you can put your timer if you want. It's just a recommendation for the goal number 1 for the A through G requirements. I know that only seniors are allowed to take APICS at the high school. I called the counselor and they have instructed me. This is 2 years in a row. I think if they will open the APICS courses to the juniors, it would help for them to meet the A through G requirements on time for graduation, and the graduation rate will increase. So that is just a suggestion, but I have called the counselors at the high school 2 years in a row. Just a suggestion.
Thank you.
I'll be quick too. As far as the engagement, the Qualtrics, the surveys that you're using, I think you did a phenomenal job in outsourcing that, because sometimes it's something that maybe you can't word, but you guys got great feedback on those results. I would like to see exit surveys, so when the students are leaving or as the teachers are ending the school year, because you could come in with great hopes and leave like a flat tire, you know? So I would like to see that. Also, with the class sizes being so big, I like the fact that you're bringing in the long-term subs. I would like to see more of it, especially in the upper grades, because my students are in the upper grades, right? And we're the only ones here, so I will advocate for that. As far as the engagement, I would like to see what we could do for. There's so many clubs at the high school and sports, and the kids are just, they love it. So anything that we could do as far as helping with that, I feel like this year coming is going to be a lot better than the year that we just had. And people want to be out, they want to be doing things, they want to be engaged, and we need to give our students these opportunities. And also for pupil outcomes, number 3, if we could have, I know we promote it, but I don't think we do a good job of it. The vertical articulation, all the pathways, the CTE, the A through G, all the programs that we have in high school, because we have so many and there's a lot of good stuff going on in there. I think that you lose a lot of students that are probably in elementary school and their parents kind of fade out, and now they're going to another school district because there was nothing for me, but they didn't know about all these great opportunities that we have in this district. I do believe we need to get the communications team back, because I feel like we did a tremendous disservice to this team right here. I did participate in all the LCAP meetings, and the participation was like great. And the last one on May 26th, nobody really knew about it. They were posting it on social media, and that's how parents and stuff were sharing it. But that one really didn't get out, so nobody really knew, and it was very poorly attended. So that's it. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, so that closes the public hearing for the LCAP. So we have to hit the gavel again, and then we'll start on the second, the B, and I'll put it again, the public hearing regarding the El Rancho Unified School District's 2022-2023 budget. Are there any comments? Public is leaving, so. That's cute. Okay, so it's open and now it's closed. Thank you.
I would like to make one comment before you close.
Okay.
So I would like to make the comment that there needs to be consistency on the fiscal reports, and as the board has asked for a budget committee, that the budget committee also bring in a group from HR as well, because those benefits that were mentioned to you earlier that is causing a deficit are things that need to be brought forth at the beginning of the year. We should know a year in advance how many staff members we're bringing in. And so I do think that that's an internal control that is still being worked on. As Ms. Hunterberg said, you know, SACS and BEST is new with the county and the state, but it really does take effect here in the district in regards to the HR component and the fiscal component working collaboratively.
Thank you. Okay, then we have Board of Education announcements and acknowledgements, and I will go first. Out of respect, at the request of Dr. Esparza and Ms. Sorrell, a more formal recognition is not being given. However, the board would like to recognize Dr. Esparza, who has run out of the room, and Ms. Sorrell for their service at El Rancho School District, and present them with the token of appreciation. So, Esther, could you help me put this on, give this to Mary Ann, and I will put this on the desk for Dr. Esparza, so when she returns, she will have a new big clock in front of her. And then it says, I'm returning back to my seat, so I have more comments. And I wanted to recognize Mr. Jesus Magaleno. He is an El Rancho High School art teacher who encouraged 50 young art photography students to participate in Congresswoman Linda Sanchez art contest. We had students who were awarded prizes, and also Mr. Magaleno received an award for having the most students participate in the contest. Thank you for your dedication and inspiration to our students. And then the only thing is, it was sort of exciting going to all the promotions and graduations. It was a busy week. But anyway, thank you. So we'll go on to Ms. Mejia.
Good evening, everyone. Happy Pride Month and happy first day of summer. I'd like to start off by thanking our speakers that we had today. I know that a lot of them share concerns, and I just want to thank them for taking the time to be here, and also the parents that were here and participated in the public hearing. We need to hear the parents' voice, so I appreciate that as well. So it was a really busy month, this month and last month, but I think that the highlight was definitely the graduations. I was happy to be able to participate in a lot of them, such as the ATP, the El Rancho High School, Salazar, Ellen Ochoa. I also had the pleasure of attending the Congressional Art Competition with the board president, and I just want to highlight the photography first place was Miss Michaela Aguilar. She won first place, and Mr. Seco received an award for having the most entries, so that's something that I would like to highlight and give him kudos as well. I also had the pleasure of attending the CSBA Delegate Conference held in Sacramento this past month in May, and as I mentioned during the LCAP presentation, there's a lot of the same problems going around district-wide, but CSBA continues to advocate for full and fair funding, more mental health, universal meals, relief from STRS and PERS relief, because that affects our budget and it affects funding for our students that are needed to improve student outcomes. I just wanted also to congratulate our student athletes. We didn't get to congratulate them, so I'm taking the time now to say it. Amazing coaches. I'm so glad to see that we have cheer and song also be highlighted as well. And for the outreach that's being done at the middle school level, I know that, again, it ties in with the LCAP because the extracurricular engagement, and that's how we're going to get the kids to want to come to school. And just the character building that happens with the sports. So thank you to the coaches and for the parents and to the students, our student athletes, our scholar athletes. I also want to take time to thank Ms. Arreo. She's not here right now, but I just want to thank her for everything that she's done for our district. And I'd also want to echo a lot of the great things that were said about Dr. Esparza by our community members. Just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Heartfelt thanks for everything that you've done for this district. I've said it before when I was on the other side on the podium. I asked you to lead this district, and you did. And you did. You did, and you did make us El Rancho strong. And I participated at the graduations. The majority you were there, and I did see the engagement, that great engagement with the parents and the students and the rapport that you built with them. And you are really, truly part of our family. So I thank you. And I have a little tiny token of appreciation I just would like to give you. Actually, to you, Ms. Arreo. She's not here, but Ms. Arreo. Thank you.
Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. All the things
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, so Ms. Perez?
Good evening. I wrote mine down so I can focus. So first, happy Father's Day. Feliz Día de los Padres a todos, especially my dad. Happy Pride Month to everyone. I love that we, to make a better inclusive world. So echoing what, my colleagues have said, the graduations were just the highlight of this last 2 weeks. So I attended El Rancho, Salazar's, and Ellen Ochoa's. My work didn't let me do the daytime ones, but I promised to be there next year. And so as I sat there, we got to sit through the graduations, right? And I just kept seeing these students and just the accomplishments they did, the high, ridiculously high GPAs, the amount of awards, the extracurricular activities they were in. And they did this all during COVID. And I just sat there, I'm like, what am I doing with my life? Like, these students are just incredible. And they inspired me. And, and you could see it on their faces. They're excited for their new chapter. They're nervous, but they're excited. And so to me, it just made me really reflect, sitting there as a senior, getting ready for college. I was like, I'm leaving Pico. I'm never coming back. Like, it's going to be great. And I was so grateful because I never thought that I would have the opportunity to sit and work with you all as a board member. And to me, I want to thank the community for giving me that opportunity, because I see myself in those students. I see they are us, for me, it's a reminder of why we do what we do. I know it's exhausting with everything you all do, but it's a reminder of why we come to work. And to me, because Pico Rivera it's a family. Everyone is just like, you talk about Pico Rivera, and no matter where you go, it's just such a big community. And so for me, I know we're going to embark on a new chapter. I also thank you so much, Ms. Sorrell, for your contributions and teaching me stuff like the basics of finance, and having patience with me. And thank you, Dr. Esparza, for everything you've done for the community, for our district, and just really being that representative of our community. So I really thank you for the bottom of my heart. And for me, it's a new start for us as a board, as a district, and I know it's nerve-wracking and we don't know what's going to happen and changes, but I think for me, as long as we remain united, as long as we remain strong, as long as we work together as a family, we have an amazing staff, an amazing cabinet, amazing everything, and we have so much potential. And so I'm excited. I'm excited to work together and take on that next chapter. And that's all.
Thank you. Dr. Rivera, you have comments?
Yes, thank you very much. I want to start by thanking all the coaches in our earlier presentation. You did a wonderful job this year. I know we had some challenges with the COVID, but despite that, you were able to move our students on, and you did really, really well, so thank you. Also, thank you to our principal there as well. I did attend the high school. As always, an amazing job. Thank you, staff, for making the graduation room memorable for all the parents and students. The band was great. The fireworks were amazing. So a lot of families were out there more than ever. I suspect because really haven't had any real graduations, and this one felt as real as possible than over the past few years. I also want to congratulate, we had 10 Sheriff Explorers who graduated from the Pico Sheriff Station. They're the class of 106. And congratulations to those 10 Explorers. I did have an opportunity to visit Salazar School, met with some of the students, met with some of the teachers, had an opportunity to visit the transition program, also the ROP program. Met with Mr. Mason. It was really a nice day, really enjoyable day to talk to staff and students. I'm pleasantly surprised from Mr. Elias to hear that the City Council is going to meet us halfway in terms of supporting a deputy for the district. I've been advocating this for the last couple of years. I'm glad that it's happening. In terms of school safety, it is important for us to have the school safety. I think at this point the district really needs to start looking at the school safety plans and in terms of what we can do to prevent any type of crisis. I'm also looking forward to that joint meeting with the City Council so we can come up with some safety plans not only for the schools but for the immediate community as well. And finally, although I want to respect Ms. Sorrell's and Dr. Esparza's wishes, I know they didn't want a big deal, but I want to thank you for your contributions and best of luck in the future. Thank you.
And Dr. Marino?
Last but not least, and I'll also be brief, I just want to start by saying, thanking everyone, the El Rancho family, for all of the work that you have done this past year. Just hearing this evening, all the work that went behind all the reports that we heard. But I want to thank not only those that are here, but I want to thank everyone out there, all the staff, all the classified, all the support staff, the teachers, the cafeteria helpers, the custodians, everyone, the mental health counselors, because having attended 10 graduations, I probably would have attended all of them if there were not a conflict of time. It took all of the El Rancho team to make it happen. The excitement, the pride was just all over. And it is because everyone worked so hard. Never mind the challenges that our kids had and everyone had in returning back to school. I want to say that not only the teachers, but that everyone in this district, everyone here, put aside their own situations, their personal situations, mental, physical, what have you, just to provide that learning experience to our kids. And the success of your work is all of our work, because here on the board we also work hard along with you. But I want to say a big thank you for all of the work that you have done this past year. And I can only imagine what we'll have this coming year, as now we have learned to be more resilient and overcome all of the challenges that come your way. And I also know that we have changes upcoming, so I know that as a board member, I need to continue to, with my own professional development, my own sharpening my skills and my knowledge. I don't know everything that I should know. Do I make mistakes? I do. So I do want to share with you very briefly. I kind of had my own little graduation, but it's more of a completion. Yesterday, along with Trustee Bahia and Trustee Perez, we completed the Leadership Academy. So I have a certificate of achievement, and this is because I want to be able to serve my students. I want to be able to serve you. I want to be able to serve the community in a better way than I have in the past. I also want to respect the wishes of both Mr. Rayo and Dr. Esparza, but I also want to validate and recognize what we have heard this evening from our public comments, from our trustees here as well. And also thank you for all the contributions here that you gave to the district this past year, this past years. Certainly have made a difference. Thank you for all the work. And definitely I want to wish you every success in your new adventures. And with that, I close my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going on to comments and reports by the superintendent and cabinet.
So this evening, I want to reiterate the letter that I sent to all parents and staff. So as the 2021 school year has come to an end, I wanted to personally say thank you for the ongoing support and cooperation during one of the most challenging years and during the most challenging 3 years of my life. This year provided us with an insurmountable number of challenges in every shape and size. And despite those challenges, our school community made it through together. Through all of these challenges resulting from the pandemic, remote learning, social distancing, the stay-at-home orders on and off, and the temporary closures of businesses and services, we remained positive and supportive for our students and our staff. Our students, our staff, our parents, and the community have rallied together to embrace these challenges, and they worked really hard with us to make sure we were all El Rancho strong. All our stakeholders have displayed collaboration, adaptability, resilience, and empathy, resulting in the acronym CARE. I believe that this determination will continue to serve us well as we continue to navigate through our world in education. Please know that I feel humbled and honored to have served the students, the parents, the staff, and the cabinet of El Rancho Unified School District. I want to take this opportunity to share with you that, again, I will no longer be here as of June 30th, 2022, as my contract has sunset, and I'd like to thank you again for all of your support. I ask everyone to please listen to me. Please give the next superintendent the opportunity that he deserves. I was not offered that opportunity. Please give him that opportunity. Welcome him with open arms and continue to be El Rancho strong. Cabinet, you've done so much. You are amazing. Thank you for continuing the work even through the pandemic, when it was hard to step away from your families who were sick, some hospitalized. You continued to come to work and to do everything to make sure that all of our students and our families could depend on us. Thank you for that. This is memorable. We will never forget this time. And I want to make sure that I personally thank you each. Jasmine, thank you. Gisela, thank you. Roberta, thank you. Dora, thank you, thank you, thank you. Dean, thank you so much. Marianne, my right hand, thank you for helping me in one of the hardest jobs that I've ever had in the world, is to be the superintendent without a CBO, and you stepped in and just took it away. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Matthews, for stepping up and willing to come back to be the interim director and to help us all out to make sure that HR would function correctly. Again, thank you all. I do ask, again, hopefully, that we will be able to have the superintendent have the opportunity that I didn't have. Allow this person to hire their own CBO. Allow this person to hire their own HR staff. Allow this person to hire their own admin, to make sure that they are comfortable in ensuring that El Rancho continues to be successful. I will miss all of you, and I will especially miss the students. Thank you so much. That is all.
Dr. Esparza, may I?
Okay.
Thank you. On behalf of Cabinet, I do want to say thank you to Ms. Sorrell for being part of our family and our team. I'm going to get emotional. We're going to miss you. Dr. Esparza, thank you for your leadership, for motivating us to always do better, for your love for our community, and for your never-ending energy. I'm not going to say that we're going to miss the weekend calls, the evening calls, the working during holidays, but with all that, we made it through, and thank you for doing that and for pushing us to, again, always make sure that we had this district in mind. Our students came first. Thank you. We're going to miss you. We will stay El Rancho strong. Thank you on behalf of Cabinet.
Thank you. Okay, and then we're going through the item 15, the consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled?
15, F as in Frank, 6, 5, H as in Harry.
15, F, 6, 5?
5H.
Okay. Any other items? No, okay. Do I have a motion to
I move
approve
to
the
approve
consent agreement?
agenda.
Second.
Okay, a vote, Dr. Rivera? Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Dr. Marino?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
I vote yes. Okay, so we'll go to item 15F6-5H.
I just pulled it because I'm not allowed to vote on it. So I'll
Okay,
abstain.
so you're abstaining from that item. So do I have a motion to vote on that item, a motion for that item?
So move.
Second.
Okay, and then a vote. Dr. Rivera? And then we know Ms. Mejia is abstaining. Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Mejia? Not Dr.
Yes.
Marino. God, it's getting late. After 9:30, we fade. I fade. Okay, and I vote yes. So that's agreement. Then we go into section 16, new business. And under new business, superintendent's office, first item is to adopt resolution number 2021-2022, recognizing a state of emergency and reauthorizing teleconference meetings pursuant to AB 361. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? No? Okay, all those in, so I'll go through the vote. Dr. Marino?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mrs. Mejia?
Yes.
And Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. The next one would be item 16B1, adopt resolution number 46-2021-20 2022, annual delegation of administrative authority to process routine budget revisions, adjustments, and transfers. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Second, okay. Any discussion? No? Okay. We'll start with Dr. Marino.
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mejia?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you. It seems like I have, okay, so the one underneath it, is that a duplication or is that a new one? To adopt Resolution 46, let me make sure I got it right.
47.
Okay. In my little copy that I downloaded, let me double check my agenda item.
We're on 16B2.
Yeah, sometimes
We approved one.
Okay. Okay, so the next item is, okay, I'm good now. Is to go to the next item, 16B2, adopt resolution 47-2021/2022, cash borrowing temporary cash borrowing. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I'll go down with Dr. Rivera.
Yes.
Mrs. Mejia?
Yes.
Dr. Marino?
Yes.
And then Ms. Perez?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay. The next one is to approve authorization to purchase systems and equipment for district-wide clock, bell, public address project from CDW plus G using the Irvine Unified School District's piggyback contract bid number 19/20-01 IT technology equipment and peripherals. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, Mrs. Mejia?
Yeah, would we be able to get like an estimated timeline on this item?
Absolutely. So this talks about the actual physical equipment that's being purchased, and the labor to install of it is separate. So once this is approved, the next step will be for the team to bring forward a labor agreement for you, and then they can lay out a schedule. We have to be considerate of the impact on students and teachers. So the work will be scheduled, weekends, breaks, and summer, not because they have to go into each classroom. So that schedule will come back though very shortly.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Rayo.
Any other questions? Discussions? Dr. Marino?
Well, I'm sorry, I was trying to, I did have a question. Mr. Rayo, can you just briefly go over the funding source on this one?
The safety credit funding?
We're on 16B3, right?
Yeah.
Correct, because we're looking here at 1.4 million this one.
Yeah, it's a safety credits.
I'm sorry?
So that will come from safety credits and.
Safety credits, okay.
Okay.
Just wanted to hear that. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go for a vote. So Dr. Marino?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
And Mrs. Mejia?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay. The next item is to approve amendment to agreements with PCN3 Inc. for bid number 676, district-wide middle school locker room modernization projects at North Park Academy, Riviera Middle School, and STEAM Academy. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Okay, discussion? No? Okay. A vote? Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mrs. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
And Dr. Marino?
Yes.
Okay. And I vote yes as well. The next item is to approve selection of Curry Engineering and Testing, Inc. to provide geotechnical investigation and test consulting services for the El Rancho High School Sports Facilities Project. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? No? Okay. So we'll go for a vote. Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mrs. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Marino?
Yes.
And I say yes as well. The next item is approved selection of PlaceWorks, Inc. to provide California Environmental Quality Act consulting services for El Rancho High School Sports Facilities Projects. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, we didn't hear that. Any discussion? No, so we'll move forward to vote. Dr. Marino?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mrs. Mejia?
Yes.
And then Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. The next item is approve Amendment 4 to master agreements for architectural services with LPA for the El Rancho High School pool replacements. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second, okay. Any discussion? No? Okay. So, Dr. Marino?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mrs. Mejia?
Yes.
And Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Item 8, approve Amendment 5 to master agreement for architectural services with LPA for the El Rancho High School Stadium and Sports Field Project. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And second? We got, okay.
Dr. Rivera.
Yeah. Any discussion? No? Okay, we'll go with a vote. Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mrs. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Marino?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Number 9, approve selection of Down Under, Inc., doing business as Utility Locate to provide utility and underground structure location with AutoCAD mapping services for El Rancho High School inter-campus classroom building areas. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and discussion? Okay, so a vote. Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mrs. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
And Dr.
Yes.
Marino? God, this guy. Approved selection of, I can't pronounce his name, Ledesma?
Ledesma?
Yeah, say thank you, Esther. And Myers for construction management services. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, and any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Question. Can someone define specifically what this consultant or this management services will consist of? And, well, I guess if we approve it, we'll see the scope of work later. And my other question is, this company will be called upon on an as-need basis?
So we were, excuse me, so we were requested from a board member to reach out for construction management services to augment our facility project manager for our about $55 million of bond work, which will be the pool and the stadium and fields.
Okay, so at this point, because we're not approving any, we haven't seen any contracts, just to move forward, correct?
This is selecting the company.
This is just
There was an
selecting the
RFP
company?
Process done. 3 people responded, 3 companies, and the committee ranked this company the highest. There will be a separate conversation about more specifics of the role that they will fill going forward.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Discussion? Okay. So we'll go for a vote. Dr. Marino?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay. The next item is division is 16C 1. And, okay, the board is now going to review and take action on the recommendation to approve the employment contract with Dr. Marcos Villegas for the superintendent's position. The proposed term for this contract is July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2025. The proposed annual salary under this contract is $240,000. The contract also provides for a $600 car allowance. The superintendent shall also receive the same level of fringe benefits, vacation, and sick leave as offered to the other district administrators in accordance to applicable board policies. Do I have a motion to approve the superintendent's contract?
So move.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? No, a vote? Okay, Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Marino?
Yes.
And I say yes as well. So the contract is approved. The next item is to approve the temporary certificated management contract for temporary director of personnel internal relations. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Just want to thank you, Mr. Matthews, once again for stepping up and continue to support the district.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, we'll go for a vote.
Actually,
You want to say something as well?
well, as in previous times, I will abstain, not because I don't believe in the person, but because I had a campaign contribution, so I will
Okay.
abstain.
So we'll just go on with the vote, and we'll just go with Dr. Rivera.
Yeah.
And then Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Dr. Marino.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we have one abstain. The next one is approved declaration of need in the event there are insufficient number of fully credentialed persons to meet the employment criteria for the 2022-23 school year. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion? And then we'll go for a vote. Dr. Marino?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mrs. Mejia?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay, are there any recommendations for future agenda items?
Yes.
Okay,
The first one I have is to amend Board Policy 4362 to align with current practice.
what is it again?
Board Policy 4362 to align with current practice. I'd also like to, I know that we had a city council member visit us regarding a joint meeting, so I would like to have that added as a future meeting.
Okay, so a safety joint meeting, school safety to be scheduled. And we'll
Well,
probably,
it's a joint meeting. Safety would be one, but as well as transportation, the Montebello bus line 60. I think we need to address that as well.
okay,
And I actually would like to have a board item as a safety item. I know that I requested this this past month, but there was no consensus. We should discuss safety as a district before school starts. I know that, after that unfortunate event, a lot of parents and staff feel anxious, and it's something that we need to get on the agenda before school starts.
I believe we're going to do that as well. I think that's come to all of our attention, the need for a safety meeting. Okay,
And then my last item.
okay.
I'm sorry, was that a?
Okay, one
future-
was-
I just need clarification
Sure.
on your last item.
Yes.
Is that, is a future agenda item or for us to schedule a meeting with the city? joint
No,
meeting?
our own, we need to address it as yes, there should be a partnership with the city council
Yeah.
and the city, but we also need to address it as our own. I know that one of the items that we're able to discuss in closed session is a tactical response And that's something that we should revisit. We should visit. I don't know if it's been done before, but as far as the tactical response, because again, it is a closed session item, but I feel it's needed.
No, and I agree. I need a clarification, and let me tell you why, because what I'm going to say is directly related to what you're bringing up right now, is that we bring this up because what I believe we also need to do is just look at our own safety plans, because we need to update them from what they have now, because things have changed. Things have changed dramatically. We just want to make sure that we address all of the concerns and issues, and they're included. I'm not sure if they're all included right now in our safety plan. I just would like for us to discuss our safety plan, safety protocols. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and if I just wanted one point of clarification, our safety plans are updated. They were compliant, but again, just looking at our internal controls and practices, right? For sure. Thank you, appreciate it. Oh, the last item.
Yeah.
The last item was a presentation for teen court.
What?
A presentation on the teen court, future presentation within the, let's see, by August, hopefully, because if I don't put a date on it, sometimes I don't see them.
Okay. Maybe I'll make a comment. With school safety, there's a lot of things happening, and I think we need to probably come up with maybe a workshop that, because having worked in some EOCs in the past, it's a collaborative effort with all stakeholders. And I think that we need to have sort of like an agenda plan, and then figure out the stakeholders and actually have a workshop so that there's a meeting of the minds. Because I know there's a lot of discussion, or we've had a lot of talk about even the role of our police officers, the SROs. So, I mean, it's good, but we need something that's a little bit more inclusive to other participants within the district. So I'm just going to make a note for future agenda items to consider a workshop for that future agenda item. So we'll just sort of look at that, because even looking at the safety plans, I've read those safety plans, and I hate to tell you, there are a lot of safety plans that are copy-paste. So I think that, having something that's more relevant is sort of important to look at the school level. And then try to figure out what we can do that get more engagement, more drills. I don't know about more drills, but something that's relevant to the participants. Okay, so I got that. Any more future agenda items?
I second them. I think
Okay,
I
you
second them, right?
Okay, and then any others?
Well, just going back to, when we look at our internal controls right now, it is to really have I don't want to say a study session or a special board meeting, but, perhaps it's a study session where I would like to include our SSOs as well, because they're definitely key to the safety of our students. So it is for everyone, for all stakeholders, so that we could sit down and as a school community talk about the safety of our schools. We heard from our community this evening, and we have been hearing it over the time. So I think we need to have this study. It's not really a study session, perhaps a study session, because we're looking at our own safety. Nothing can be worse than for parents have to send their kids every day to school and not know whether they'll be seeing them when they're coming back, or for all staff coming in here every single day and not knowing what's going to happen. So I think this is important, and I agree with Trustee Mejia that we need to do it before our kids return. Thank you.
Yeah, I do too. Thank you. And so that, you have another future agenda item? Okay.
Well, two more board updates, because I'm going to forget if I don't ask you. One of them is just more information on the high school graduation GPA minimum, and maybe the why we don't have a minimum. Just or I'll email you for that one. And then the second one is one of the community members mentioned the APACS courses, like opening that up to lower classmen so we can take a look into that, why we're not doing it and so forth. And then I was hoping we could do like a study session, discussion, AP, CTE, like a roadmap, right? Someone was talking about, I forget who was talking about having access to just putting it on a page. To me, it's just like, what is it when students come into school? What does the roadmap look like, right? What are all the possibilities? What are I know in the past, Ms. Mejia and Dr. Vera have mentioned the partnerships that we could do or have done. So just I think just the CTE AP kind of conversation as to what we have in place and where we can take it would be for me.
Is that like an informational?
No, because I feel like it should be more of a conversation, right? Because maybe there's some partnerships that we currently don't have that we could kind of have. Because I feel like we've already had an informational in the past, like of everything that we're offering. I feel like it's more of a study session to figure out why are students, not completing them or what, trying to figure out how do we increase that? Who do we need to partner with? What other organizations can provide stuff for us?
I got this question mark on my face that says, who would be the right partner to
CIA
get in
team?
there?
Us.
More work
Rio
for them.
Hondo, whoever we have, you guys know better than me, but like external partners, just bringing us all to the table to figure out how can we.
Can you put sort of like
I will,
a
I
little
will.
paragraph?
I will.
Because I think that would help us all to understand so we meet your objective.
Okay, I will.
And then that way, then we can, put it back and then figure out how do we handle this best.
I will.
Okay, does that help?
Madam President, I know you said no go backs.
Yeah, no go backs.
However, communication team, can we?
Sorry.
We'll put a note.
Communication team. We need that as next steps or
Okay.
where we're at.
Okay. Thank you. And then Dr. Esparza?
Thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Mejia. I know I'm not adding anything for new items, but I did, I would be remiss if I hadn't thanked Tony and Belinda, as well as Mr. Castarena for always helping
Yeah,
us
thank you.
here, for all their great work.
What they've done.
Tony and Belinda have been amazing. They've done so much, not just for me, they've done for everyone, for all the parents and, the community, for them to be engaged and to know everything that's going on. We are truly blessed by having them in the district. So I do want to publicly thank you, Tony, as well as our officers who are always with us late in the evening at the board meetings and at all the events, the graduations and the football games and, other unfortunate events that we encounter here in the district. They're always there and readily available. So I want to thank them for that as well.
Okay, thank you. So our next item is adjournment.
No, wait, hang on.
What?
It's me. I had requested in the past a future agenda item, a recognition for the communications team. I think it's in order that we do. I need a second on that.
Thank you. I'll put
Thank
that
you.
down.
Maybe we can convince them to come back as a communication team.
Yeah. Okay, and so we're done with future agenda items. Fine. Okay, so our next item is adjournment.
Second.
So do you have a motion?
Oh, so moved.
I said so moved, yes.
Second, okay. So, Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Dr. Marino?
We had over 100 items on the agenda, and we're done by 10:04.
That's good, okay.
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night.